Assalamu alaikum wa
Peace and
rahmatullahi wa
blessing be
barakatuh.
upon you.
Your Excellencies,
أصحاب
esteemed guests,
السعادة
our
السادة
global
الضيوف
viewers who are watching us from
المشاهدون
around the
من أنحاء
world,
العالم
good
الذين
morning.
يشاهدوننا من جميع أنحاء العالم صباح الخير
Welcome to the
جميعا.
second
نرحب
edition
بكم
of the
للأصداء
Riyadh Global
النسخة
Medical
الثانية من قمة الرياض
Biotechnology
العالمية
Summit
للتقنية
2023
الحيوية والطبية
under the patronage
2023
of His
تحت
Royal
رعاية
Highness the
صاحب
Crown
السمو
Prince
الملكي
Mohammed bin
ولي
Salman.
العهد محمد بن
I'm
سلمان.
Mu'am al-Dakhil,
وأنا
and it's
وئام
my great
الدخيل
pleasure to be
ويسرني
your
جدا
host
أن
for
أكون
this
أستضيفكم
remarkable
لهذه
event,
الفعالية
bringing
الهامة
together
التي تجمع
local,
سويا
regional, and
المشاركين
international
المحللين الدوليين
delegates from
والإقليميين
academia,
من الأكاديميين
industry, and the
والصناعة
public sector
والقطاع
to
العام
discuss recent
لمناقشة
global developments
التطورات
in
الحديثة
medical
والأخيرة في
biotechnology
مجال
with
التقنية
the
الحيوية
goal
والطبية
of
بهدف
building global
بناء
strategic
استراتيجية
partnerships in the
عالمية
field
وشراكة عالمية في هذا
and
المجال،
formulating what will be
وكذلك
the Riyadh
صياغة ما
Declaration
يسمى
for
بإعلان الرياض
biotechnology in order to make the
للتقنية الحيوية
Kingdom of
والطبية
Saudi
لجعل المملكة العربية
Arabia a
السعودية
gateway to thriving biotechnology. To officially open our proceedings, it's my pleasure to welcome onto the stage Dr. Ahmed Al-Askar, Executive Director, Kmart King Abdullah International Medical Research Center, Saudi Arabia, and the Chairman of the Medical Biotechnology Summit. Welcome, Dr. Ahmed. The stage is yours.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. ضيوفنا الكرام، زملائي الأعزاء، السلام
My
عليكم.
colleagues, peace and blessing be upon you. On behalf of the organizing committee from Kmart, would like to welcome you all in the Riyadh Global Summit for Medical Biotechnology 2023 and its third edition, its second edition, which we are honored to be under the sponsorship of the Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and the presence of His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah bin Bandar, Minister of the National Guard, in strategic partnership with the Ministry of Investment. Ladies and gentlemen, no doubt that what we are witnessing today, the accelerating development, technical development in the world, is going to impact positively on the life of the individuals and the global trends in general. This transformation is associated with the strategic vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has put among its objectives the transformation from oil-based economy into into economy based on some other products and pioneer and leadership in this area. When we talk about the medical biotechnology, we talk about the sector that touches directly the health of human being. And the lessons we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the importance of this sector for human health and world economies. If you take a great general look at the market size of sector of biotechnology, it is estimated that in 2021, the size of this biotechnology general will reach $800 billion by 2025, with annual growth of 8%. The world market size for the vaccines, as example, is estimated to be $30 billion with annual growth of 10%. And the biological therapies will constitute 30% of the therapeutic market by 2030. Based on that, we shall see diseases being reclassified based on genetics causes, and we shall see therapeutics targeting these genetic causes to repair them. Genetic engineering and directing immune cells to tackle what is used to be resistant diseases will be a predominant practice.
سنشاهد
Was going
الأدوات
to see
التشخيصية
the
وقد
diagnostic
اختزلت
tools being
في أجهزة
accommodated
محمولة
in mobile devices
وتطبيقات
and digital
رقمية
applications
مبنية على علم
based on
بيانات
big
الضغط
data science
والذكاء
and
الاصطناعي.
artificial intelligence.
سيكون
Prediction
من
of
الممكن
diseases
التنبؤ
that will
بالأمراض
affect the
وبالتالي
individuals
الوقاية منها
in the
قبل
future will
انتشارها.
be common, and hence
هذه أمثلة
diseases
وكثير
can be
مما
prevented. These
كان
are
في
just
السابق
examples, and many
خيالا
of what
علميا
used to be science
أصبح
fiction
اليوم
will
واقعا.
become a reality. Therefore,
وبالتالي
we shall
ظهرت
see
تحولات
now
جديدة في التقنيات
transformation in
الطبية
the
مع
medical
تشكل كيانات
biotechnology with new
اقتصادية جديدة.
forming economic
وفي المملكة
entities.
العربية
In the Kingdom
السعودية
of Saudi Arabia,
نشهد
we
الآن
are seeing
قيام
the
عدة
establishment of
كيانات
new
جديدة
entities and new
واستراتيجيات
strategies
تعمل على
that are
ربط
working to link the
منظمات
existing
البنى
infrastructure
التحتية
facilities
مثل
such
الجامعات
as
ومراكز
universities,
الأبحاث
research centers,
والقطاع
and
الخاص.
private sector.
كما نشهد
We are
تشكل
also
تكامل
seeing in
بيئي
formation
جديد
of new ecosystem
لضمان
that will
النهوض
ensure a
والتسارع
rise and
بإلقاء
acceleration in the
التقنيات
medical
الحيوية
biotechnology
الطبية.
sector.
وخلال
Over the
مسيرة
past 15
امتدت
years,
على مدى 15 عاما ومنذ بدء
CrimeRock
تأسيسه
has become
أصبح
among
مركز
the
الملك
leading
عبد الله العالمي
entities
للأبحاث
not
الطبية
only in the
ضمن الكيانات الرائدة ليس
demonstration
فقط
of
في
medical
توطين التقنية الحيوية
localization
الطبية
of medical
بل في
biotechnology, but
المشاركة في
also in the
ابتكار
contribution in
وإنتاج
innovation,
وتطوير
production, and
تقنيات
development of new
جديدة
technologies
نطمح إلى
that we aim to
تحويلها إلى
transform
منتجات
into
لها أثر
impactful products
صحي
on
واقتصادي.
health and economy.
نسعى من
We
خلال
aim through
هذه
this
القمة
summit
إلى جمع
to bring
أصحاب
together
الفكر
decision makers in the
وصانع
kingdom,
القرار في المملكة العربية السعودية
in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia,
ورواد التقنية
technology, academia,
والأكاديمية
research,
والبحث
and development
والتطوير
pioneers at
في
the
جلسات
national and
حوارية
international levels in panel
وعروض
discussions, presentations,
وتبادل
and
خبرات
exchange of
تثري
expertise
شغف
that will
المهتمين
enrich
بهذا المجال
and fulfill the
بالإضافة
interests
إلى
of those
إطلاق
working in
العديد
this
من
field, in
الشراكات
addition to launching
الإصلاحية.
many strategic partnerships.
يهدف
The aim
البرنامج
of this whole
بأكمله
program
إلى
is to
تعزيز
enhance
التعاون
the
المشترك
collaboration in
من
order
أجل نقل وتطوير
transfer
التقنية
development by technology
الطبية
and to
وجذب
attract investments
الاستثمارات
in the
بما
field
يخدم
that will
مصلحة
serve
الوطن
the benefit
والعالم.
of the homeland and the world.
ضيوفنا الكرام
Dear guests,
أشكركم
I
على
wish you a fruitful,
حضوركم
I would like to
وأشكر
thank
كل
you, I
من
would like to
شارك
thank all who
وساهم في
participated and
نجاح هذا
contributed
التجمع
to success of this gathering,
وأتمنى أن
and
تعم
wish the
فائدة هذه القمة
the benefit of this
وأن
summit
تجدوا
will
فيها المتعة
prevail and
من
will
خلال
you
تحقيق
will enjoy
الأهداف.
through achieving the
السلام
goals
عليكم
and
ورحمة
objectives of
الله
this summit,
وبركاته.
and peace and blessing be upon you.
Thank you. Thank you,
شكرا
Dr. Ahmed,
جزيلا
for
دكتور أحمد
greatly
لهذا
informative opening remarks.
الكلمة
And now it's
التحية
my
الرائعة.
pleasure to welcome
يسرني أن
onto the
نرحب
stage
على
Dr.
المسرح بالسيد عبد
Abdul
العالي
Ali, Vice Chairman of Riyadh Global Medical Biotechnology Summit, Head of R&D Strategy and Business Development, Managing Director, Medical Biotechnology Park, King Abdullah International Medical Research Center, Saudi Arabia, to navigate us through the Summits program. I pass the mic to you, Dr. Abdul Ali. The stage is yours.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So you can see how excited I am. I didn't even let the MC finish. So it's a pleasure to have you with us to the second Global Biotechnology Summit. This is really a great opportunity for the national stakeholders, the international partners to come together and not only discuss the latest development in the field, but also for strategic partnership that will impact the country's economy as well as the global economy. I have no doubt, and stay tuned, I have no doubt that in the near future, this forum will become not just the national forum for medical biotechnology, but it will also hopefully develop into something similar to the World Economic Forum or the Davos Forum, but for medical biotechnology. So stay tuned on this one. Now, real pleasure today is to say a lot about, of course, what these 2 days really will unveil for you, not only from different technology platforms, different modalities that we are going to use, or that the whole world is using medical biotechnology, but more importantly, we would like to let you know just in these few minutes that I'm here, what do we have in mind? Why really are we organizing this event? is not just yet another event, but it's truly becoming very quickly, in a very fast pace, what is the national forum for medical biotechnology in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's really, if you look at it now in the kingdom, it's really the dawn of new era, where we moved from what usually we have, or we used to see in the kingdom, where all or most of the R&D centers, or biomedical research centers in particular, the major focus was, until recently, to increase the number of scientific publications, to secure a higher number of patents. Yet, we all know that publications do not cure diseases, but it's the ability to translate that knowledge in those scientific publications into
تلك التصرفات
solutions,
العلمية إلى حلول
into
وإلى
biotechnology
تكنولوجيا
devices,
أجهزة
into new
طبية حيوية
therapeutics, into new
وإلى
diagnostics. That's what will make impact on the economy of the country and also on the patient's own health. Now, as I'm sure you will witness from the few sessions that we are planning for you throughout the day today and also tomorrow, that the kingdom is really determined to become a global hub for medical biotechnology, and that is being translated into attracting global biotech and biopharma to set also presence, but real presence here in the country, whether from research, development, production, and commercialization throughout the whole biomedical continuum, with the ultimate goal of course, impacting the patient health and the country economic development and impact. Now, within the next 5 minutes that I still have, I will take you briefly throughout the few sessions we have planned for you for today and tomorrow. When you look at the program, as you can see, it's accessible to you on your seats or through the Summit website. It is not random collections of few relevant topics in medical biotechnology, but it was meant to inform the audience and to interest also future global partners into how the thinking is taking place in this field, in this country, the region, and hopefully with global impact. So what you will hear is, at the strategic level, at the national level, what are the directions? What are the highest priority? And then we will highlight or shed light on some of the key elements that will help really establish a vibrant biotechnology ecosystem, whether in terms of global partnerships, what kind of partnership are we seeking, what kind of challenges, and how are we planning to address them. You will also hear about the other very important arm of a successful biotechnology enterprise, that is the investment. It is very important, of course, to secure a continuous and sustained funding for all these ambitious programs, on one hand through public funding, but also as well as through private equity and capital. Then we will follow with highlight and focus on some of the key enabling platforms, therapeutic modalities, and different areas that are of strategic importance to the kingdom, but also of high relevance to the rest of the world, ranging from cell and gene therapy, vaccines for cancer and infectious disease, genomics and precision medicine, and all of those are, of course, of global relevance and timely for the rest of the world. We also will shed light on some enabling platforms, whether it's medical devices or different vaccines platform. You will hear about different type of vaccines also. This is from the global world leading expert in the field, from global biotech companies, pharmaceutical, as well as also from leading academic institutions. So truly here is an important event. Again, maybe event is not really enough, but it's a real forum, for the national stakeholders to meet with global partners, government entities, public sector, and funders to really work together into establishing what will become really the 21st century and beyond on what is the best way to diversify an oil-based economy into knowledge and new technology-based economy. So I hope you will enjoy these 2 days and looking forward to hosting you again in the future Riyadh Biotechnology Summit. Thank you. C'est bon? C'est bon?
Thank you, Dr. Abdelali, for getting our summit off to a great start. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now dive into the effective application of knowledge, how the dynamics of knowledge converting into social good can be through biotechnology. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Ronald DiPino, Professor and past President, MD Anderson Cancer Center, USA. Hello. It's great having you with us today, Dr. Ronald. I leave the stage to you. Thank you.
It is indeed a privilege and honor to be here. Admired this country and its people, its medical profession, its science. I'm very grateful to the organizers, Dr. Alaska and Howdy, for inviting me and for the privilege of being able to set the stage for an exciting meeting here today. I have a presentation that I want to give you, which really is one that derives from several decades of my experience across academia, advising governments, being a serial entrepreneur, physician, and so on. And those different experiences have given me a perspective that I think might be helpful in helping the KSA, the kingdom, to be able to develop a vibrant biotechnology ecosystem. So these are my financial disclosures. They in fact reflect the diversity of my experiences in starting companies, advising large pharmaceutical companies, funds, and a variety of other strategies. So there are three aspects of this presentation that I'd like to cover here today. The first is, why should one create a biotech ecosystem in the first place? The second point will be some of the experiences that I've learned in setting up a biotechnology ecosystem in the United States, in particular Texas. And then Dr. Howdy wanted me to talk a little bit about what I saw as the scientific opportunities in this decade, that if I were trying to catalyze biotech, what would be some of the areas of emphasis that I would be focusing on. Now, I think with respect to creating a biotech ecosystem, I'll state the obvious here. I've often said that discovery is not enough. Publishing papers is not enough. You actually have to convert knowledge into new diagnostics, new drugs, new policies that can actually impact the human condition. In addition, it's important to appreciate that biotechnology company is extremely beneficial to academia in that it can help bring in licensing revenues that can further fuel its mission and create tremendous sustainability of the academic enterprise. It also, very importantly, will create new drugs that will increase opportunities for our patients who are failing today's standard of care. And it also expands new opportunities, career opportunities for our trainees. And then also biotechnology produces tremendous economic returns and societal benefit. The example was just given of the mRNA vaccines. Just the Human Genome Project, which was a $3.6 billion investment by the US government, translated into over $1 trillion in economic value since its inception. Now, the other basis for creating a biotech ecosystem is the fact that there remains a staggering unmet medical need. It's been estimated that there are 10,000 diseases, and we only have cures and treatments for 500 of them. In addition, the changing demographics of the world, the aging of the world population is a serious issue. This is a relatively young country, but all countries are really careening towards a tremendous abyss. By just 2 years from now, it's estimated that the world will have 1.2 billion individuals over the age of 60. And after the age of 60, every 5 years, the incidence of cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and Alzheimer's doubles, so that by the age of 85, we all have a 45% chance of getting Alzheimer's. And so in the United States alone, if we do not cure this disease, if we do not mitigate this disease, it's estimated that the US alone will spend $1 trillion in today's dollars annually just in supporting the care of Alzheimer's patients. So these are tremendous needs that we must address globally. Now, how do you create a biotech ecosystem? And what I've learned over the last decades is that it really requires the coordinated action of these three major legs to the stool. Government, academia, and the private sector need to work together in order to create a vibrant ecosystem. We did this, I think, quite successfully in Houston, where we were able to get all of the different components to work more effectively together. And I'll give you some very specific examples. But first and foremost, what government needs to do is it needs to fund research. It is the single most important thing. That in order to create a biotech ecosystem, you actually need innovation. You need discoveries that then provide commercial opportunities. Also, especially in the beginning of an ecosystem, if the government provides non-dilutive capital, it can mitigate risk and incentivize private sector investment. And I'll tell you a specific example in the United States that we've used. And then also the government plays an extremely important role in regulatory. Of course, we need to protect the health and well-being of our patients, those in clinical trials, but it is very important also that the government create a facilitatory regulatory environment to support innovation and the creation of new medicines. Academia also needs to step up. Academia needs to invest in its basic and translational activities, not just clinical research. It needs to establish a very strong clinical trials infrastructure so that as those biotech companies create new drugs, we need early stage, phase 1, phase 2, innovative clinical trials with sophisticated profiling of those patients being enlisted into those clinical trials. In addition, you need underlying technology infrastructure, single-cell sequencing, genetically engineered mouse models. All of these things, drug discovery and development, can not only discover but create strong genetic and pharmacologic proof of concept so that you bring high-quality assets into biotechnology and mitigate risk. And I'll emphasize that in a few moments. And then, of course, we have our mission of educating the next generation. And so there are important opportunities for training and education, specifically in biotechnology. In addition, the private sector has an opportunity for creating not just funds, but providing smart money. It's important, the capital is not the issue. The issue is being able to deploy capital to the right winners. And they're having the capacity for very robust due diligence. And it's not just financial and business. Most importantly, biotech is the business of science. You need very strong scientific expertise in major disease areas of interest for that fund to be able to really do a good job in picking winners. And you need sufficient capital. The ecosystem needs to support early stage seed funding, all the way through to crossovers, IPOs, and secondary offerings. And then these funds should also have a Rolodex of seasoned management with proven track records that can come in. So if these three elements are in place and there's coordination across these different domains, then you can rapidly establish and accelerate the development of a vibrant biotech ecosystem. Now, let me just give you some very specific examples with respect to, and I apologize for the slides, I guess I have the wrong format. The essential elements really at the level of the government, number 1, 2, and 3 is that the government needs to invest in academia. It has to invest in basic science. Basic science is the seed crystal for the development of breakthroughs that can then be opportunities for biotechnology. Of course, one of the best examples is the US NIH, which invests tens of billions of dollars every year in basic translational and clinical research. The government can also incentivize early stage biotechnology. So for example, in Texas, we developed what's called CPRIT. It's a $3 billion fund that was just re-upped for another $3 billion over 10 years. And part of it is designed to complement private sector investment. For every $1 of venture capital money, the Texas government will put in $2, non-dilutive capital. And also the NIH has similar programs with smaller amounts, but that really mitigates the risk and incentivizes capital to come in. And then academic institutions, very importantly, have to invest in their tech transfer office. They need folks that really understand business development, intellectual property. You have to establish the clinical trials infrastructure, as I mentioned. You have to integrate data systems. You can't do data silos. You need multi-omic technology, immune profiling, single cell, proteomics, metabolomics, etc. And I would encourage the development of drug discovery, and I'll give you an example of our cancer moonshot in a moment. And then, of course, educational programs, not just in science and in medicine, but in entrepreneurship, business, finance, and so on. So just to give you a sense of how to think about the roles and responsibilities and value creation in biotech, and this is more for the investors, but essentially academia is at the front end creating knowledge and breakthroughs. Biotechnology then takes those insights and creates drugs and brings them to clinical proof of concept, and pharma largely plays a role in funding late-stage clinical trials and commercialization. And so as an investor, what you'd like to do is you'd like to create companies here. These are mature assets that are ready to go into IND-enabling studies or phase 1 studies. And the biggest value inflection in the entire life cycle of a drug is really the late preclinical to early clinical proof of concept. And so the value inflection here is anywhere from 5 to 20x, and the risk is actually quite low. Small molecules, about 40% failure. Antibodies, it's 10 to 20% failure. And so the opportunity to create the ecosystem here is very important. But again, this requires coordination between academia and biotech to be able to have really quality assets initiate companies. Now, the important thing to appreciate in biotechnology is that it is extremely high risk and high reward, but risk can be mitigated. And I wanted to give you a sense of how much risk there is. So we have hundreds of targets that then become, thousands of targets that then become hundreds of drugs. For every 20 drugs going into a phase 1 clinical trial, only one of those drugs in cancer will become an FDA-approved drug. And so why is it that this occurs? And so, and what can one do to be able to mitigate that risk? So there are two major aspects to this that can dramatically improve the chances for success. One is that our scientific activities that can really increase the probability of success. First and foremost, companies need to surround themselves with world-class scientific advisors. Again, this is the business of science, and one could really complement that. Secondly, you have to have extremely robust preclinical validation of targets, not just genetic validation, but pharmacologic proof of concept in sophisticated model systems at the preclinical level. And then no drug should go into a clinical trial without a very strong responder hypothesis. You need a very clear clinical path hypothesis to know which patients to bring your drug in an early stage clinical trial to look for signal of activity. And then there are operational solutions. I've learned that one can create startup teams, highly seasoned individuals that on demand could come in and really support those very early stage biotechnology companies in a very capital efficient manner. It's also important that one have in those companies individuals with extreme experience in discovering and developing drugs, including regulatory toxicology and so on. You need individuals with an established track record in those activities. And importantly, you need to integrate expertise. Where I've seen failures occur is when the biology is divorced from the drug developers, is divorced from the clinical experts. If you bring all of those components together from the very beginning at the preclinical level, then you can really do the sorts of experiments and validation needed to have a successful opportunity. And also, there's an opportunity for early stage companies to have shared services. You spend an enormous amount of G&A costs in legal, IP, accounting, and if you have shared services, then you obviously have even better support, but also you reduce the capital expenditures and you put the money into the science, into developing the drug. That creates the value. So, in my experience in starting biotechnology companies, it is extremely inefficient in the past. I've now changed those constructs for the kinds of things that I do, but it's very, very inefficient. You have you discover something, you create a C Corp, you license the technology, you secure financing, you recruit key management, you build a G&A team, you scale, create value, and then you have an exit for the investors. And this repeats itself, and the wheel gets reinvented every time. There are operational strategies that can really reduce risk and improve the probability of success. And essentially, flagship pioneering, which founded Moderna, or Deerfield, Roivant, they have created, and you'll hear about Apricity Health later in the conference from Linda Chin. Essentially, what they've created is a nuco creation incubator. And so what they have is they have sufficient capital, they have experienced on-demand management that can drop in fractionally into these early stage biotechnology companies. They have shared services for their portfolio companies, HR, accounting, etc., legal. And importantly, they have an internal drug discovery engine. And what that allows you to do is to create assets that are all the way at the late preclinical, and then they drop down new C Corps, new nucos, and those nucos can then go off and running. So let me remind you again of the risk and give you the key stats. Number one is 95% failure. Number two is that most of those failures actually happen in phase 3 clinical trials, which is enormously devastating for patients who are participating in those clinical trials and for the investors who have really put a huge amount of resources into this. So there is very importantly an important role for academia to play, because if you do a better job at the preclinical level, you better validate the target. You develop drugs to get pharmacologic proof of concept. You test those drugs in sophisticated models. You talk to the clinicians to develop a really clear clinical hypothesis. All of those elements together can dramatically reduce the rate of failure going into the clinical trials. And so I'm going to tell you about what we did at MD Anderson. When I became president in 2011, I launched this initiative called the Cancer Moonshot Initiative. And that Cancer Moonshot Initiative was a new organizational construct for academic institutions. I felt that we needed to do a much better job as an institution to better validate ideas before they go into the private sector. So we created this initiative. It was a $3 billion initiative where we had dedicated money, time, and dedicated infrastructure. And we promoted team science. Oftentimes, scientists in the hundreds were focused on one project. We broke down data silos. We established professional platforms. Academic laboratories are really good at discovering, but they're not good at translating and executing. And so we established professional teams to be able to take those ideas and work with those scientists in those academic labs to be able to mature the asset, mature the concept. And this then, our measurement for this initiative was not publications, it was not grants, it was impact. We wanted to reduce cancer mortality more than what we were doing, 1% to 2% per year. So when we launched this, we started out with 6 cancers for which there was knowledge and actionable information that if we put sufficient money and had the infrastructure, we can accelerate the translation of that knowledge into new opportunities. And that has led to practice-changing advances over the last 6 years. And then we had additional moonshots that came as scientific opportunities emerged as well. Now, most importantly, we established professional platforms in the academic institution to work with the academicians and the basic scientists. We established cancer control and prevention. This led to example to Tobacco 21 being federal law in the United States. That one policy will reduce mortality by 57,000 lives per year, $38 billion in savings of healthcare costs. And then we had data where we created a learning system. We broke down silos and we brought omic data, clinical data, research data, all together, and we established also the first immune monitoring platform. So it's important not that just to have genomic profiling, you have to have immune profiling, and it has to be CLIA level. And then we established drug development activities in cellular therapy, in small molecules. We invested about $100 million initially just in the drug discovery and development. And I'm not going to go through the scientific accomplishments, but for those who are interested in economic return, the first year that I was president of MD Anderson, our IP revenue was $14 million on a budget of $3.5 billion, which was inadequate. And so now MD Anderson for the last 5 years has consistently ranked #1 in the United States in IP revenue. And our corporate alliance revenue dwarfs this number. So we now, in 2020, we're now hundreds of millions. And I merely say this because what we created in the eyes of others was of value. And this has now led to CAR NKs. It's led to new drugs that are in clinical trials, et cetera. And these are just the upfront cash in hand. Does not include milestones or royalties yet. And so academic institutions, if they do a better job in validating, they not only can bring assets forward and have better clinical trials for their patients, but they can also sustain their mission through these activities. Now, again, there are these 3 components: government, academia, and private sector. And the one thing that I want to leave you with is that it's very important that there be coordination at the highest level. And the government obviously could be a very powerful convening force here. Now, the last thing that Dr. Howdy wanted me to talk about were some of the scientific opportunities. And obviously, these are just a partial list, and these are the obvious ones. These are the major diseases that affect humanity. But I do want to talk about two in particular, which is cancer and aging and neurodegeneration. Aging is everybody, it's a disease that everybody gets, and the mortality is 100%. So I believe that ultimately, as we solve cancer and diabetes, heart disease, I think the biggest disease that we're going to be dealing with is aging. And just first, I want to talk to you about cancer. For the last couple of decades, our thinking has been dominated by cancer genomics. And it's really amazing. I mean, this has led to targeted therapies. It has led to opportunities for our patients where we can match the right drug to the right patient and get tremendous benefit. BRAF inhibitors, Herceptin, all of these really great examples, and also synthetic lethality, things of that nature. The field has now moved on. Of course, genomics remains important, but it's important to appreciate that we are attacking an organ system called a tumor. And the tumor is not just a bag of cancer cells. A tumor is a complex ecosystem of immune cells, fibroblasts, blood vessels, etc., that work symbiotically to support each other. And the cancer genes will actually dictate the types of immune cells and the types of receptors and the types of factors that are operative. And you get this heterotypic interactions and so on between all of these different elements. So now with single cell sequencing, multi-omic technologies, we can deconvolute those symbiotic interactions and therapeutically target them. And of course, one of the important things that we've learned is that the immune system plays an important role. You don't even have to target the cancer cell, you can target the immune system. And I'm just going to give you one example of an experiment that my lab did that helped us solve the mystery of why pancreas cancer is among the most immunologically cold, non-responsive tumors to immune therapy. And so the field has been dominated by checkpoint blockade, that is taking the brakes off the T cells. The work of Jim Allison at MD Anderson, who won the Nobel Prize in 2018 for immunology, cancer immunology. And essentially, we only have really touched the surface of ipilimumab and Keytruda. These are drugs that have really helped our patients, but sadly, only about 15 to 25% patients respond to checkpoint blockade. Why is that? Well, it turns out that there are other breaks in the immune system. TIM3, VISTA, LAG3, 4-1BB, OX40. These are all opportunities. The challenge has been that we don't know which patients to use which drug in. Profiling and basic science is going to solve that. And you'll hear more about that from Apricity Health. And then in addition, we have another aspect, which is it's not just T cells, but there are other immune cells, myeloid cells, that figure very prominently. And if I were to predict what the next 10 years is going to be focusing on, we're going to be working on the T cell alternative checkpoints, but it's going to be dominated by myeloid checkpoints. Myeloid checkpoints are going to be a very fertile area for biotechnology, and we're going to be seeing a lot coming out. And I want to give you one example from my laboratory. So we work on pancreas cancer. We did profiling of a genetically engineered mouse model that we developed 20 years ago. We have, for the last 20 years, tried over 100 drugs in that model, and like humans, zero impact. We tried PD-1, no response. CTLA-4, no response. Similar to the human situation. And so we then used single-cell sequencing to understand the profile, and I'm just giving you the bottom line here. We identified an antibody against LAG3, which is an alternative checkpoint, 4-1BB agonist antibodies, so that takes the brakes off 2 T-cell checkpoints. And then we also used a CXCR2 inhibitor, which is for myeloid. And the combination of those three led to eradication of the disease in 90% of the animal models. And this combination is now being brought forward into clinical trials. And the targets, 90% of human pancreas cancer has LAG3 and 4-1BB expression. Is it going to work? We don't know. But these are the kinds of experiments that if you make the investments in immune profiling, single cell, genetically engineered mouse models, then you could really better validate and provide hypotheses that the private sector can now test in clinical trials. And then I just wanted, before I leave cancer, mention just a few highlights. And this is in this decade. There are going to be other things in the next decade that we can talk about, but I believe that cellular therapy is going to be extremely important. In particular, CAR T and CAR NK, especially when they're utilized in solid tumors. And we're just beginning to see success there. In addition, cancer vaccines, as Dr. Howdy mentioned, this is going to be a game changer. The data from the Moderna vaccine in melanoma doubled the response rate to Keytruda in malignant melanoma. This is a game changer. So this is going to be another very important area of opportunity. We're just at the very beginning. Early detection, you look at GRAIL and the Gallery test. Antibody drug conjugates is the biggest increase in market of any therapeutic. And then targeted degradation strategies is going to drug the undruggable. So that's cancer. Now I just want to talk about aging. And again, it's through the lens of some of the work that my lab has done. The good news about aging is we actually understand now mechanisms that drive the aging process. And in particular, so all of these different mechanisms are instigators of the aging process. And my lab discovered some years ago a core pathway for aging that links telomere dysfunction to mitochondrial function and oxidative defense, free radicals. And that knowledge enabled us to actually genetically engineer mice, and we showed that aging is a reversible process. Not just slowing it down, but we can take aged animals and actually rejuvenate those animals. And I'm going to give you one example of the insights that we now have from basic science that has helped us develop a strategy for Alzheimer's beyond amyloid hypothesis. So here, one of the things about telomeres and telomerase is that, the Nobel Prize was given out for this, and most of the thinking has been on the left side, which is telomerase synthesizes telomeres, maintain telomeres. Very important. And secondly, what we've learned is that telomerase also interacts with transcription factors, the mediator complex. And this influences the expression of genes. And it turns out that in aging, and in particular in aging diseases like Alzheimer's, telomerase is decreased. And when we look at those cells, we see that that changes gene expression. And it changes the expression of genes that are important for aging, for Alzheimer's, cardiomyopathy, and so on. And so it's not only telomere synthesis, but it's regulation of gene networks. And one of the things that we found, and we recently reported this in Nature Aging, we found that just half of telomerase has a dramatic impact on the expression of genes in the brain that are central to the development of Alzheimer's. HSP70, APP, BDNF are all affected. And when we looked in humans and mice, we found that repression of TERT, of the telomerase reverse transcriptase gene, occurs before any pathology in Alzheimer's. We think it's a very early event. And so what we did is we genetically engineered mice to essentially maintain the expression of telomerase in the neurons. And what we found was this led to a decrease in amyloid. It led to an increase in neural networks. It also decreased inflammation, which I'm not showing. By electron microscopy, we could show that the dendritic sides were maintained. When we looked at the expression profiling, the number one genes that were affected were genes involved in learning and memory. And then lastly, we were able to block cognitive decline in 2 different animal models of disease. And we also used iPS human neurons from AD patients to show that some of these mechanisms were also affected by this. And now we've developed, we did a 1 million compound screen. We now have activators for telomerase, and we're going to be bringing that forward into development and so on. So I think this is an example of just having a really good genetically engineered mouse models, multi-omic technologies, and bringing that basic science together to illuminate opportunities for biotechnology to really help a lot of patients who are suffering right now from these diseases. So I want to leave you with a few closing thoughts. First and foremost, there are no quick wins. You look at the 30 most successful biotechnology companies in the recent decades, all of them, 100%, realized their enormous value after 10 years. Now, you can have that early, preclinical to clinical proof of concept, and you could pull out at that point. Of course, you'll miss the Modernas, the Regenerons, and so on, the Amgens, but you will actually do quite well from a portfolio standpoint. But it's important to appreciate that you really have to make long-term investments, and the government could play an important role there. This is the business of science. You need scientific sophistication, prowess. And I would say that if you look at any prosperous nation in the history of the world, those nations that invested in technology, that invested in basic science, physics, biology, those countries have the most secure national framework and the most prosperous societies. And biology is really just in its infancy. The last century was dominated by 3 things: the gene, the atom, and the chip. And so we're now moving into being able to realize the potential of those 3 elements. We're going from genes to really understanding molecules and functions and being able to, in fact, synthesize molecules. Of course, artificial intelligence, machine learning is going to change everything there. We're going from just chip, and being able to do bioinformatics to actually deriving insights that the human brain can't fathom. This is an absolute game changer. Machine learning, artificial intelligence is going to dominate how we approach almost all societal problems and medical problems. And of course, we've gone from the atom, and atomic physics to synthetic science, where we now can make molecules at will, at the fundamental level, or we can manipulate quantum mechanics and develop quantum computing to take us to the next level. This is going to have a profound impact on, I'd say, the 2 most important things that face humanity, which is fuel and food. And so the ability to really engineer new crops, new foods, to be able to, we saw the recent breakthrough in fusion. These are absolute game changers that are going to define this century, in my view. And so an absolute privilege to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Be happy to take any questions if there's time. And I just want to leave you with 2 of my favorite quotes that really are this kind of pioneering spirit, and that things may seem impossible, but things are only impossible, as Nelson Mandela said, until they're solved. And so it's very important that we have a positive attitude, that we have the courage that explorers had, because a lot of people are counting us. There are patients and families who are in pain and suffering, staggering unmet medical needs. Nations cannot sustain their healthcare systems with the changing demographics. This is an extremely important thing that we, as a community, government, academia, and the private sector working together, it's our roles and responsibilities to really make an impact on humanity. So thank you again, and congratulations on all of your success.
Inspiring. Thank you, Dr. Ronald. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ronald, for your informative presentation and insightful views on how to catalyze a biotech ecosystem, best practices, and great opportunities for the next decade. And next, ladies and gentlemen, our first session of the day will discuss in depth a very promising topic, the cell and gene therapy revolution. It's my pleasure to welcome onto the stage the co-chairs of this session, Dr. Badr Al-Ahmari, Director Hematology, Fellowship Program and Consultant at the National Guard Hospital, and Dr. Jong-Hai Soo, Vice President, Gene Therapy Accelerator Unit, Biogen USA. Welcome to the stage, both of you, Dr. Badr and Dr. Jong-Hai. Have a seat. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Badr Al-Ahmari. I am a consultant stem cell transplant and cellular therapy. I am co-chairing the session today with Dr. Jani Soo.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. Good morning. My name is Jung-Hae Seo, Vice President and Head of the Gene Therapy Accelerator Unit at Biogen. And our goal is to develop gene therapies for neuroscience diseases. My focus is to create those breakthrough technologies that can overcome the challenges of in vivo gene therapy.
So, cell and gene therapy field is still expanding and evolving beyond the success of the hematological disorders. Novel technology and has been implemented for utilization of other type of immune cells. The list of targets in the global R&D are expanding. However, still the field facing some challenges, including manufacturing complexity, finding the appropriate target for solid tumor, and also the clinical implementation of such novel therapy. Today, we have 5 distinguished speakers that we will discuss the different aspects in cell and gene therapy, starting by our first distinguished speaker, Dr. Jen Soo, and she will present talk about the gene therapy in neuroscience.
Okay. Just waiting for my slides to show. Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Advances in biology and medicine have already uncovered that there are over 10,000 monogenic diseases. So these are diseases caused by a single gene defect. And of these, 17% are neurological diseases. And so that's 1,500 monogenic neurological diseases. And you can see that up to 40% of the workload in pediatric hospitals are due to these monogenic neurological diseases. As an industry, we also know that therapeutic assets backed by strong human genetics have a greater probability of success, of being successful in patients. If you look across the gene therapy sector, and I'm talking about in vivo gene therapy, the product and asset strategies can be divided into 2 categories. One is a delivery platform technology-driven strategy, and the other is a use case-driven strategy. And so for the delivery platform strategy, most of these products and assets They are going after diseases that could be treated by delivering cargo to tissues that are amenable to that delivery with currently available technologies. And then for the use case-driven strategy, as you heard, Biogen, we're focused on treating neurological diseases. You can see there is an overlap in these two ovals. There are products approved, 3 in that overlap, that are going after neuroscience targets, but rely on technologies that are currently available. And so what that means is gene therapies that are administered locally, so directly into the back of the eye, or directly into the brain, or intravenous dosing into infants, because we know that the physiology of the blood-brain barrier, or BBB, is still not formed in infants, and so molecules can more readily cross into the brain and spinal cord. What does that mean for the rest of that blue sphere? There are a number of disease targets that we want to go after, but current delivery technologies are just not good enough. And so we need breakthrough innovations to enable us to develop these gene therapies to go after these very serious neurological diseases. The number one challenge of gene therapy for the brain and spinal cord is delivery. We need delivery technologies that can cross the blood-brain barrier and deliver the payload broadly throughout the human brain. In addition, there are many other challenges, as you can see on this slide, and I'm certainly happy to elaborate on any of these during the panel discussion. As I mentioned, delivery is the number one challenge. And when we think about delivery, there are actually 2 aspects to that. One is route of administration, or ROA, into the CNS, and the other is the delivery platform. And for in vivo gene therapy, the most popular gene therapy platform is the adeno-associated virus, or AAV. So it's the combination of these 2 aspects that lead to delivery. You can see here, for routes of administration, there are many potential ways you can deliver therapeutics into the central nervous system. Some are quite invasive, requiring brain surgery, direct injection into the brain. And then some are less invasive, like intravenous dosing. And you can see there's many other options in between. Each of these have different pros and cons. But really, the holy grail of CNS delivery is the AAV capsid. You can think of it as the FedEx truck that will deliver the genetic payload to cells. And in the field, over the last decade or so, we have been trying to develop BBB crossing capsids that can deliver payloads broadly throughout the brain. Really excitingly, in 2016, there was really nice proof of technology of being able to generate such capsids that work in mouse brains. You can see with the green staining. And then in 2021, just a couple years ago, really nice proof of technology that BBB crossing capsids can be made for monkey brains, so NHPs. And as a field, we're getting really close to discovering BBB crossing capsids that can deliver payloads throughout the human brain. And this will happen over the next few years. So I hope you are all excited and waiting in anticipation for this breakthrough technology to happen very soon. So thank you so much, and I am happy to introduce our next speaker. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Dunya Jodat. She is the chairman of the Department of Cellular Therapy Services at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center. She's the senior research scientist and a consultant clinical scientist in the field of immunology, certified by the American Board of Medical Laboratory Immunology.
Thank you very much. Just waiting for my slides. Okay. Okay. We as health professionals in Saudi Arabia, we are very fortunate to have the full support of our leadership at higher level as articulated with the inspiring statement of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. An incredible landmark in history against our battle against cancer was when the first bone marrow transplant was performed in 1956. And where patients with incurable diseases were given a second chance of living a healthy life. Of course, this does not cover the whole spectrum, as patients with refractory and recurrent diseases, 80% do not make it beyond 5 years. So with ongoing research and clinical trials, another hope was born when the engineering of the chimeric antigen receptor was introduced. And with this, the beginning of a new era of cellular therapy started. But only in 2010, we saw a progress in the evolutionization of the CAR T cell. And this was followed by the first FDA approval of the CAR T cell medicinal product in 2017. Today, we have around 6 approval CAR T cell products, and there are many more in the pipeline that we will see in the near future. Of course, this led to the exponential increase in the number of patients enrolled in such therapy, and this was around the world, actually. And I would like to remind you that there is a full new universe of immune effector cellular therapy also in non-malignant cells. And this was actually a very important discussion in many international conferences last year. I need to remind you of the disparity in access, as in general, clinical trial access is limited to a certain population or a certain part of the world. And with immune effector cells, it is even more difficult. And the reason for this disparity could be, in fact, due to the complexity of the process, as there are many challenges with immune effector cellular therapy, both manufacturer and biological challenges. And one of the most pronounced challenges is the cost of CAR T cell, as CAR T cells are among the most expensive medicinal product ever marketed. In 2021, expenses for CAR T cell therapy represent 3% of global expenditure. And this translated into the exponential growth of the global market, estimated at 45 billion in 2030. Now, what about our population in Saudi Arabia? Do we have the size segment of patients with indication for immunocellular therapy? And the answer for that is yes. And this is a distribution of the frequency of cancer among the Saudi population that might be or that will require such treatment in the future. Now, are we implementing or are we doing the required step for an efficient and sustainable immune effector cellular therapy program? And the answer is yes, we are. We are doing the prerequisite requirements for such a treatment for our patient and to have it accessible instead of traveling abroad and getting that therapy. And so far, we have signed an agreement with two big biopharma for 2 CAR T-cell products, and more than 50 were infused in Saudi Arabia. Now, we need to recognize that this will never be enough, considering the high cost of the commercial product. And the only way to move forward is to expand on the national immune effector cellular therapy capability. And I would like to leave you with my belief that Saudi Arabia is uniquely positioned to become the leader and charge on improving accessible and affordable treatment for our patient, and to become the model for the whole region. And with this, we can fulfill our part in the 2030 vision. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So our next speaker is Dr. Khaled Al-Sayeg. He is the Director of Research Operations and Associate Director of Biomedical Research at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center at the National Guard Hospital. His research interests focus on bridging the gap between induced pluripotent stem cell technology and clinical application.
Everyone. Thank you all for attending. Today I'm going to speak to you briefly about our recently initiated project at Kmark Worcester region, which is the Saudi Bank of Induced Pluripotent Stem Cells. So many of you must have heard about iPS cells before, but for those who don't know about how these cells are derived, I'm going to speak briefly about this process. So when you want to establish iPS cell lines from a donor or from a patient, you get a starting material cell population, which is most commonly used is the blood cells, mononuclear cells of course, and also skin fibroblast. So we culture these cells in the lab for about a week or so to expand them, and then we take them through a process called cellular reprogramming. And this process erases their original identity and make them adopt a new one, which is the pluripotent stem cell state. And then these cells have two defining characteristics, basically. One is that they can self-renew. They have the ability for unlimited cell division. And they can also specialize and differentiate to become any cell type found in the human body. And this is what makes them an attractive source of cells when we want to consider developing cell therapy products, is you want big enough cell number that you can actually then differentiate to any cell type you want to regenerate body organs. So again, these cells can be differentiated, let's go back, okay. These could be differentiated to beating cardiomyocytes, dopaminergic neurons, astrocytes, any cell type, and then the idea is to give these back to the patient in form of cell therapy product. So at the Saudi IPS Bank, what we did, the bank has two arms. Basically, it has a long-term goal, which is the HLA-based IPS banking. And for the purpose of this is to develop cell therapy products. And what we did in this project, in collaboration with the Stem Cell Donor Registry, is we surveyed the HLA database and we identified what is called universal donors. And these donors are homozygous for the most commonly HLA haplotypes found in the Saudi population. So their haplotype is more compatible relatively to larger percentages of the Saudi population. As you can see, the concept is depicted here in the diagram. So if we have a universal donor, this donor would be homozygous for a commonly found HLA haplotype in the Saudi population, and therefore they can give to a large number of the Saudi population. And the other arm of the project is basically something that we are planning to start this year in collaboration with Pfizer, is to generate IPS cell lines from Saudi patients visiting the National Guard Hospital. So we're going to be obtaining blood cells from these patients from rare and common diseases, and then reprogram and generate IPS cells, and these cells will be cryopreserved and linked in our database with the clinical data of the patients and also with the laboratory findings. So this will make them a very useful tool for drug screening, disease modeling, and so on, and drug discovery in general. It can be distributed to academic institutions, pharmaceutical companies, and which will hopefully eventually enrich the clinical trials and benefit the patients at the end. So to go back to the HLA project, basically this is our latest findings, and this will hopefully we're going to submit this soon to a journal. So what we found is that we need 50 IPS lines to cover 30% of the Saudi population. So we thought this as the feasible way to introduce IPS technology and IPS-based cell therapy to the kingdom, because that's a very feasible goal that we can achieve. But if we wanted to achieve higher coverage, like about 50%, the number of IPS cells required start increasing. So 208 IPS lines is required. So things get a little bit murky in that range and get even more problematic when we want to reach 90% coverage, basically, where it's more than 2,600 IPS lines is required. So it might be feasible to introduce the IPS technology through HLA banking and allogeneic cell therapy in the kingdom. But eventually we will have to resort to CRISPR-Cas9 gene-edited inactivation of the HLA loci to create hypoimmunogenic universal cell lines. So we have started this IPS generation from HLA donors, and we actually generated our first line from a homozygous donor that offers, that offers more than 2.1% coverage, and we started with the erythroid progenitors, which is deemed to be a very safe and a good source for cells, and then we generate 2 IPS clones that are karyotypically normal, as you can see, and they express all the pluripotent genes. And we currently are doing whole genome sequencing to examine these clones if they have any acquired any mutations. And this is a high-resolution way of looking at the mutational burden in these cells. So yeah, this is our group in Jeddah. Thank you all very much. Looking forward to discuss this with my colleagues. Thank you all.
So I believe our next speaker is virtual. Do we have Dr. Samantha Nicholson? Okay, great. Oh, okay, I see you up there. So Dr. Samantha Nicholson is currently a global technical marketing manager for cell culture workflows at Merck. She focuses on supporting the growth and adoption of advanced modeling and cell culture techniques to create better disease models and develop more precise and effective cell-based therapies. Oh. We must be working on an AV issue. We cannot hear the speaker. And I believe Dr. Nicholson is joining us from South Africa. Is that right? You can hear us. Okay. We just can't hear you. I believe the team's working on it.
Dr. So, can you ask to present the next speaker until they fix the issue?
Because I think they would have to switch the slides, right? Yeah, and she's already here, and they would have to switch the slides for him.
So we switch the slides.
We can, but
Go for the next.
go to the next one. Okay, we'll come back to Dr. Nicholson. Yep. Great. So I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ahmed Ashur Ahmed. He is the professor of gynecological oncology and director of the Ovarian Cancer Cell Laboratory at University of Oxford. He is also founder and director of Singular Bio.
Thank you for the introduction, and Dr. Su, I'm just waiting for my slides to show up. Hi. So solid tumors is a real challenge for cell therapy. So cell therapy, as you heard from Dr. Badr earlier, has been very effective in treating hematological malignancies. But with very few exceptions, it hasn't really done its promise for solid tumors. So in my lab at the University of Oxford and the spin out for Singular Bio, we thought we focus on minimal residual disease as a way to overcome this problem, to bring cell therapy to fruition in solid tumors. So minimal residual disease is the number of cancer cells that remain at the end of treatment at the time of complete remission, complete clinical and radiological remission, when you can no longer see tumor by eye or by radiological means. But these collection of cancer cells is what causes recurrence in patients. So why minimal residual disease? Well, because of the price, if you are able to overcome this problem, is you'd eliminate the tumor and you would hopefully prevent recurrence and improve survival. Minimal residual disease is at the time when there is less complexity, less immunosuppressive mechanisms compared to bulk disease. So how do you treat minimal residual disease? Well, I can tell you that just continuing with the same treatment, such as chemotherapy or targeted therapy, to overcome minimal residual disease doesn't work, and patients go back to recurrence. So instead, we thought about, let me just go back. We thought about actually doing developing a platform technology for sequencing tumor-initiating cells in minimal residual disease, identifying mutations and potential neoepitopes, finding the T cells that react to those mutations, expanding them with a view of giving them back to the patient. So this is highly individualized autologous T cell therapy. But as we continued to do so, we also identified shared neoepitopes between minimal residual disease entities from different patients. And one example of what we discovered is a novel testicular antigen, which we called ENOS. So the combination of the two, we are hoping to overcome the problem of minimal residual disease. But this is not easy, because to do so, you require highly accurate sequencing platforms, such as the one that we developed in my lab, to be able to get highly accurate mutational results from sequencing these picogram quantities of DNA that you get from very few cancer cells. But the good news is that we have now found that our immune systems can see and react to those neoantigens expressed in minimal residual disease. So as you can see from these experiments, this is from the same patient's T cells. This is early spots, a lot of spots indicating reactivity of T cells to these mutations that we identified in minimal residual disease of that same patient. Similarly, other patients respond to the ENOS expressed neoantigen that we found to be shared between different minimal residual disease entities in different patients. There is also one more good news, is that when you actually then test the ability of those T cells that we identify that seem to react to minimal residual disease from the patient, now if we test the ability of these T cells to prevent tumor formation, to prevent recurrence, and to prevent tumor formation in organoid-forming assays, we found that these cells substantially reduce the ability of tumor-initiating cells to regenerate and form new tumors. As you can see here, a ratio of 10 T cells to 1 cancer cell achieve substantial reduction in tumor formation in organoid-forming assays. So with this notion, I will stop here and ready for discussion when we finish the session. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you so much. I believe we are ready to have Dr. Samantha Nicholson join us again. Oh.
We apologize for this inconvenience, but Dr. Samantha, she logged out. We are trying to get her, and so please proceed with your panel discussion, and we will update you later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the update. Okay, so why don't we go ahead into the panel discussion?
Yeah, so can I have my mic open, please? All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
No.
All right. Okay. So we'll open the panel discussion now. So thank you all for the great talk and speak about the cell and gene therapy. As we know that there is a huge expansion and the okay, I have no, that's fine. There's a huge expansion currently in the under development in terms of the investigational products and in the phase of preclinical and different clinical phase. It has been estimated that there is more than 1,800 product under development over the past year alone. However, the number of approved products are very limited. We have only 6 approved products, for example, if we focus about the CAR T cell, indicating that there is some barriers for the implementation of such therapy. So, in your view, what are some of the important barriers to the application of cellular therapy in general? And we can start with CAR T cell, for example, with Dr. Dunya. What's your opinion? No, it's not open, so you can just try. Can you open the mic for Dr. Dunya, please?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you have to remember that CAR T cell therapy is a new drug, and everything that is new that will require some time and would have its limitation and challenges. But I believe with time and standardization, we will have many more products coming into the market, and that will increase also the number of indications and the number of patients that can be treated with such a product. We hear every day there are new products coming into the market, and I believe there are many more applications that's going to be treated with such an idea. And we look forward actually to see this standardization that we include much more patients and much more diseases, including autoimmune diseases and infectious diseases, etc. So.
Excellent. Dr. Khalid, similar to the cell therapy, in your view, what are the hurdles facing the application of IBS-based cellular therapy in general?
So basically, so IPS cells, they have the problem. The main problem with IPS cells is getting the differentiation right. So if we, let's say we want to treat insulin, diabetes, and we want to generate insulin-producing cells, with the IPS cells, sometimes the population that you end up with is a little bit heterogeneous. So we cannot, until we identify the degree of heterogeneity that we have in the population, it will still not, people will not feel confident moving this into the clinic. So that is one problem. And the other problem is with tumor formation. Sometimes after differentiation you get some of the IPS cells still remaining in the cell population. These could be starting material of teratoma formation. So to evade this problem, many techniques have been developed to eliminate remaining iPSCs, especially if you are regenerating large organs like the heart, for example. And we can see this evident with the increasing number of clinical trials using iPS-derived cell therapies. Hopefully, and the other thing is the allogeneic versus autologous part. So autologous cell therapy with iPS cells could be extremely expensive, almost prohibitively expensive, because we have to generate an iPS line for every patient, which could be problematic. So the allogeneic development of banks, similar to the one that we are initiating here at Kmark, could be the way to go.
All right, thank you. And I was told that Dr. Samantha Nicholson is back and she's able to join us now virtually.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, we hear you well. Yes, welcome back.
Great, thank you so much. Technology is wonderful as long as it works. So I'm going to talk today a little bit about enabling cell and gene therapy. If we can go to the next slide. So cell and gene therapy is the great democratizer, right? It will eventually allow us to create technologies and eliminate the idea of orphan drugs. But in order for that to be true, we have to address some of the major issues around developing, as my colleagues have already pointed out, the expense and the complexity of developing cell lines to really interact with and overcome those immunological hurdles. Next slide, please. One of the major issues with that is if we think about our genome, we like to think of it as sort of like a library that is really organized and all of our cells are really put in place, and we can sort of pick up the book and we can read it and we can take it out. But one of my favorite comments about the genome is that actually, good book, hard to read. And that was Craig Fenter, who obviously was part of the Human Genome Project. And so if we think about the genome is, next visual please, the genome is actually an amalgamation of evolutionary content, right? We evolved to the human condition that we're in, and that means, next image, that when we're talking about cell and gene therapy, we're actually talking about identifying a needle within a stack of needles, right? And so we need tools that really enable us to make those transitions. And that's really where next generation tools like CRISPR and zinc finger nucleases come in. So if we go to the next slide, technologies have allowed us classically to do knock-in and knock-out experiments, but we're starting to move into a field where now we are able to do fine-tuned modulation. So if you go through the animations, you'll see that lovely light bulb coming on and off, and that's going to be critical to our ability to really refine cell and gene therapy and really ensure that what we are talking about, what we're looking at all times, is as appropriate as possible. The next slide, please. So cell and gene therapies, you get three types, right? You get RNA and then DNA-based. So RNA-based gene therapies are things like RNAi, shRNAs, and really how that works is through the endogenous RNA silencing system that allow us to do sort of temporary changes to the RNA status. And that's becoming more and more critically important as we uncover the roles of things like long non-coding RNAs, RNAi, in how genes and how pathologies are developed. And so our ability to manipulate and regulate those master regulators within the cells becomes even more important. Next slide, please. But what we really have now is entered the age of DNA manipulation. And DNA manipulation, far beyond simple RNA up or down regulation, we can now introduce genes, fix genes, introduce epigenetic changes using activators and repressors, and really that is key to how we're going to tackle cell and gene therapy. So the ability to apply technologies that allow us to fundamentally change the genetic structure of our stem cells will allow us to expand our toolbox in terms of cell and gene therapy exponentially. And so we have two major technologies currently available to do that. The first, next slide, is are the FOC1 enabled zinc finger nucleases. Zinc finger nucleases have massive therapeutic potential, but they're very costly, and that means that in terms of long-term development, we're really looking at the CRISPR-Cas system. And so I encourage all of you to really investigate the technologies that allow us for this fine-tuned modulation. Far beyond that, let's knock in or knock out our genes. Let's really look at how we can regulate their expression and how that regulation in induced pluripotent stem cells allow us really to open up the door to all kinds of conditions, neurological, developmental, as well as sort of cancers. In cell and gene therapy, we are not limited to monoclonal antibodies. We're not limited to CAR Ts. We really are looking at a toolbox that can be used and fundamentally alter the way that we treat all kinds of genetic and non-genetic hereditary conditions. Thank you so much.
All right, so back to our discussion again. Thank you, Dr. Samantha. I'm not sure, do you hear me, Dr. Samantha?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I have a question for you because we were discussing the challenges and other things related to cellular therapy. But the question for you is, in general, because we know that there is a huge development in the cellular therapy field, and specifically for CAR T cells. So, in your view, what is the current economic impact of CAR T cell therapy around the globe, and what would be in 5 years from now?
So I think CAR Ts have the potential to have massive economic impact. Currently, CAR Ts are very expensive to produce, and we've touched on a bunch of reasons why that is. So currently, sort of conventional therapies remain more cost-effective, but only for some clients, right? CAR T cells are significantly more effective for much more difficult to treat diseases, and that has a long-term economic impact. So I think we'll start to see the true economic impact of CAR Ts in sort of 5 years or so, when they become a more traditional route, where they become more routine in terms of how we treat therapies. But the ability to precisely target and eliminate sort of cancer cells, you cannot underestimate the economic impact. We're talking about going from sort of years of chemotherapy, recalcitrant treatment, loss of workforce productivity, cost of therapy in terms of just, having to go in and out of hospital, having to be constantly ill. Chemotherapy also damages your immune system, so you're constantly ill. And so all of those combined are going to mean that even though CAR Ts may be more expensive to produce than traditional therapeutics, their long-term economic impact is going to be so substantial that CAR Ts will become a frontline therapeutic, not just in terms of being more effective, but also reducing treatment times, reducing overall treatment costs, because you're reducing hospice care, you're reducing hospital time, you're reducing the person's need to go in and out of work. And so the economic impact is going to be really difficult to calculate today, but I think as we continue to develop better therapy and better platforms for their sort of expansion and production, so those initial costs are going to come down. And I think in 5 years' time, CAR Ts are going to have a substantial impact on sort of the cancer economy, and especially on sort of productivity of people with cancer and also that ability to return to work. So I think it's going to be a massively effective tool, not just in terms of quality of life for those patients, but also the economic impact of these kinds of diseases.
All right, thank you, Dr. Samantha. Dr. Ahmed, your current work is on solid tumor. So, so what are what is the current progress of cellular therapy and solid tumor, and specifically, what are the challenges that you think that can affect or affecting actually the progress in this field?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So I'd really like to touch on what Dr. Samantha and Dr. Doni mentioned about the challenges. I'll just take a step back and compare between traditional treatments, off-the-shelf therapeutics in the form of small molecule inhibitors that you can get in and administer to patients in a personalized way or in a general way, and compare that to the massive challenge that you get with needing live cells, essentially, whether it's autologous T-cell therapy or CAR T-cells or TCR receptors. The challenge of getting live cells, taking material from the patients, expanding them, manipulating them in a certain way, giving them back to the patient, is manufacturing them at certain quantities under certain very sort of highly efficient way to be able to bring them back in a GMP manner, good medical practice manner, to be administer them, to be safe to be administered back in a patient, is a really very, very difficult process. So if we think about why do we need to change from a traditional therapeutic that is very highly established and controlled to something that is very difficult, you've got to have a very strong reason for that. And you've got to have a very strong economic case, actually. So, and we've got to learn from the success that we have seen with hematological malignancies, for example. Now, the reason why CAR T-cell therapy has become established in hematological malignancies is it produces cures, and it produces long-term sustained remissions. Try to get that in solid tumors, it's very, very hard. So I strongly believe that it would be very difficult to justify bringing cell therapies in the solid tumor field with the hope that you're only getting a response or a stable disease. Because quite frankly, you can do that with very cheap chemotherapeutics. So if your aim in solid tumors is to achieve a 25% reduction in tumor size, well, quite frankly, you can do that with carboplatin that costs tens of pounds, right? So we've got to think about the economic viability, as Dr. Samantha was saying, in terms of life saved, sustained remissions, and hopefully cure. And this is why I strongly believe that focusing on timing of administration, focusing on things like minimal residual disease, tumor-initiating cells, to substantially reduce the ability of this tumor to come back and substantially increase the probability of us achieving long-term sustained responses, sustained remissions, is going to be very, very important for us to justify bringing very expensive cell therapy that costs hundreds of thousands of pounds to clinical application. So I think we're facing real challenges in terms of logistics, manufacturing, identifying suitable targets and suitable diseases, but also a very strong economic challenge to be able to justify this, and backed up with clear results and clear evidence showing that these new therapeutics achieve sustained long-term responses. So, thank you.
Indeed, thank you so much. Doctor, so similar to cell therapy, you mentioned delivery is the obstacle for the broader application of gene therapy. Can you highlight more in this specific entity?
Yeah, happy to. As I mentioned, delivery is the primary challenge of in vivo gene therapy. And it sounds very complicated, but it comes down to kind of the fundamental principle of pharmacology, one of the fundamental concepts of pharmacology, which is the therapeutic window. And currently in vivo gene therapy, if you see the negative clinical results, the safety findings, et cetera, it comes down to the current gene therapies having a very narrow therapeutic window currently. So what that means is that therapeutic doses are just really close to unsafe doses. And so you have a very thin margin that you can operate in. So the future is actually trying to figure out ways to expand that therapeutic window. Let's increase the distance between the therapeutic dose and the unsafe doses. And of course, there are many ways you can think about doing this. One is to make gene therapies more potent, more effective. So that way, the therapeutic doses become lower. So you don't have to inject as much gene therapy to treat the patient. And that's where delivery really comes in. If you can figure out ways to better and more effectively deliver the gene therapies in vivo, you should be able to dose less into patients to get the same therapeutic effect. The other is the unsafe doses. So the idea is there a way to make these gene therapies safer? And currently in the clinic, people are mainly using pharmacologic agents like steroids or other immunosuppression agents to make gene therapy safer. That clearly can be tolerated by some patients, but not by all. It's not the ideal solution at the end of the day. And so is there a way to design gene therapies to be safer? Is there something about the cargo that you can redesign to make them safer? Is there something about that FedEx truck, the capsid of the virus? Can you make that safer? So these are some of the kind of the levers that we are trying to pull in the field to enhance, to really increase that therapeutic window so we can go after these sometimes very deadly diseases.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Dr. Samantha, do you hear me? I got a question for you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So who are the global partner for cell and gene therapy with Saudi Arabia?
So I think there are quite a few, and I think if you guys have been following the news recently, you've seen a big change in big pharma. We've seen a lot of big pharmas start to reduce their R&D divisions, and I think that's probably where we're going to see these partnerships come in. So if we think about traditional pharma or healthcare providers, they're really good at sort of scale and manufacturing, GMP. They're really good at navigating the regulatory workflows and frameworks of how to get drugs on the market. They're good at the commercialization effectively, but their innovation space is pretty small because obviously they're not designed to be largely innovative, right? And so we see companies like Biogen and some of these others, AstraZeneca and some of those guys who really have these large R&D divisions, they continue to work on these projects. But we see other more established pharmas like even Merck Healthcare, for example. We are starting to look at how do we partner with innovation, how do we identify innovators within the healthcare space. And I think that's where we're going to see a lot of partnership. I think partnerships are going to be about taking the ideas, taking those early technologies, and then applying the resources and the experience of these large pharmas to bring it to market. So we can see a really good example of that in the mRNA vaccine out of BioNTech. BioNTech were able to produce this really, really effective COVID vaccine. But the scaled production actually went to Pfizer, right? Because that's where Pfizer had the experience. And I think we'll start to see more and more of that kind of partnership. And I think that's probably where the world needs to go. So, we don't need to reinvent the translational wheels, right? We know how to translate therapies. We know how to do GMP. We know how to produce large-scale drugs. And so I think what we'll start to see is larger farmers partnering with small innovations in biotechnologies to start to bring these really innovative technologies to market, especially where there's the scope for those small innovators to continually produce new products. You know, CAR Ts are personalized medicine. You know, they're a new product every time. And so I think we'll start to see these personalized medicine conglomerates where we have small pharmas or biotechnologies that are able to produce that innovation, and then we've got the big sort of established farmers who have those distribution networks, those regulatory networks, to really start to bring those things to market. So I think that's probably where we're going to start to see collaboration. And then, of course, there are collaborations at the developmental stages with companies like ourselves in the life science space and Thermo and others, where we bring expertise that can be that allow you to short circuit. You know, you don't have to spend 5 years developing. The expertise exists in your partners, in your commercial partners, you know, your providers, and that's going to be really critical to like invest and find those. So, for example, Merck, we work very closely with Saudi Vax, and what we've done is really allow them to tap into our technical expertise in terms of large-scale fermentation manufacturing to really bring things to market faster. So I think we'll start to see a lot more of that. And I think that's really where there's a cohesion. You know, it's not going to be a matter of, oh, that technology is going to get bought out by these big farmers. I think what we'll start to see is more innovation partnerships in this space.
All right, thank you. We still have 1 minute for, Dr. Dania.
I would like to add that Saudi Arabia is very keen not only in partnering with big pharma, but also with academic institutions that have the expertise to help us or support us to expand an immunocellular therapy capability.
Yeah, absolutely. So one final question probably for you, Dr. Donia. I mean, you're the chair for cellular therapy services in KMARC. So based on your experience, what are the real challenges for cell therapy in general?
Just quickly, so there are many challenges. I'd say many challenges in immune effector cellular therapy, and both biological and manufacturing. And as my colleague Dr. Ahmed said, maybe one of the main challenges is the cost. As I said earlier, it is one of the most expensive medicinal products ever marketed. And but also the logistic, as you are collecting the startup material in the treating hospital, and that has to be shipped to the manufacturer and back to the treating hospital after the engineering of the chimeric receptor. And that is a big challenge, putting in mind chain of identity and chain of custody. Also, the turnaround time is a big challenge, as it takes a long time to manufacture these cells, and sometimes it's very critical for the patient to wait for these cells to return back. And from the terms of, also we have the local legislation that is also that you have to deal with, and having a robust quality management system in a GMP facility is also a big challenge, I would say. In addition to the, of course, biological challenges, like the side effect of the product, the cytotoxicity that the patient has to deal with, where you need to have the expertise and the clinical team to be able to manage these patients. In addition, of course, to the tumor itself, how it might behave, and how that would be different from patient to patient, I think are the biggest challenges.
All right, thank you very much. I think we come to the end of the session. Thank you, Dr. Dunia, Dr. Khalid, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Sue, and Dr. Nicholson for the great session today. And thank you for the audience with us. And we'll move now to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, esteemed speakers, for a great session and in-depth insights into the cutting-edge and rapidly developing field of biological therapies. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch break. And for our viewers who are watching us virtually, we look forward to having you back with us around 1 p.m. Riyadh time for the opening ceremony of the Riyadh Global Medical Biotechnology Summit. Enjoy your break. Thank you so much.
test, 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 test. ماشي. Test, 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 1, 2. ايه صح. عم بيصير هلا. يلا اكيد. One, two, test. ماشي.
Sixteen. Test, test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nine. Test, test, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Test, test. Loud and clear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Test. Test, test. Test, 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 test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, five.
تيستينج 1 2 3 سامعني؟ تمام؟ خلاص بس انتهى الموضوع. انا ارفع الصوت؟ ايش دخلني؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. تيستينج. بس الان هذا 1 وهذاك 1، طفيت هذاك وشغلت هذا. لما تعكس طفي هذا وشغل هذاك.
guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll commence shortly. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll commence shortly. Please be seated. Thank you. السلام الملكي.
National Anthem.
السلام عليكم ورحمة
Peace be
الله
upon all of
وبركاته.
you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
صاحب السمو
barakatuh.
الملكي
Your Royal
الأمير عبد الله
Highness
ابن بندر بن عبد
Prince
العزيز
Abdullah
آل
bin
سعود وزير
Bender bin
الحرس
Abdulaziz Al
الوطني
Saud, the Minister of
أصحاب
National
المعالي
Guard.
أصحاب
Your
السعادة
Excellencies,
حفلنا الكريم
dear audience,
أرحب
I
بكم
would like to
في قمة
welcome
الرياض
you
العالمية
in the
للتقنية
Riyadh
الحيوية
International
والطبية
Summit for Medical
2023
Biomedical
تحت رعاية
Summit
صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن
2023 under the
سلمان بن عبد
patronage of His
العزيز
Royal
آل
Highness the
سعود
Crown Prince
ولي
Mohammed
العهد
bin Salman bin
رئيس مجلس
Abdulaziz,
الوزراء
the Prime
وبحضور
Minister and the
وتشريف
Crown
صاحب
Prince,
السمو الملكي
with the
الأمير عبد الله بن
patronage of His
بندر
Royal
بن عبد
Highness
العزيز
Prince
آل سعود
Abdullah
وزير
bin
الحرس
Bender bin
الوطني
Abdulaziz Al Saud, the
وتنظيم
Minister
وزارة الحرس
of
الوطني
National
ممثلة
Guard, organized by the Ministry
بالصحية
of National Guard,
وبالتعاون مع وزارة
represented by the
الاستثمار
Health
والشريك
Affairs, and
الاستراتيجي
also
بالقمة.
with the strategic partner of the summit,
منذ
Ministry of
انطلاقها العام الماضي
Investment,
خلقت
since
قمة
the
الرياض
first
العالمية للتقنية الحيوية
first
والطبية فرصة
launching
لجمع
of the
نخبة من
summit. It
الناجحين
has
والعلماء
contained
في
many
مجال البحوث
speakers
وتطوير
with
الأجهزة
regarding to the
الحيوية
research of the
الذين ناقشوا
biomedical,
أهم
that have
الموضوعات
discussed very
والنظريات
important topics,
وطرحوا نماذج
theories, and they
تطبيقية
have
مبتكرة
given
لمجال
good
الرعاية الصحية
developed
وامتدادا
medical
لما
models,
تحقق
and
العام
in
الماضي
extension to what
ببناء
has
شراكات
been
عالمية
achieved last
للتكنولوجيا
year with
الحيوية
regard to
الطبية
partnership,
واستحداث
building
برامج تحديث
partnership, and
الصناعات الدوائية
inventing
الوطنية
new
تهدف قمة
medical
الرياض العالمية
programs.
للتقنية
Riyadh
الطبية إلى
Biomedical
ترسيخ
Summit
المكانة
aims
المملكة العربية
into
السعودية
ensuring the
كمظاهر
status of
عالمية
the Kingdom of Saudi
للتقنية
Arabia
الحيوية
as a
والطبية.
gate,
حضورنا الكريم
international gate for the
الآن
medical
حول المساحة
bio
لمعالي
things.
المدير العام
Now His Royal
لتنظيم الشؤون
Highness,
الصحية
the
بوزارة الحرس الوطني
executive
جناب الملك
health
سعود بن عبد العزيز وزير
affairs
الصحية
director, and
الدكتور بندر
the
بن عبد المحسن
rector
الغناوي
of King
بإلقاء
Saud
كلمته الافتتاحية
University
بهذه
for Health
المناسبة.
Affairs. Dr.
تفضل
Bender
مشكورا
Al
برئاسة
Ganawi will be given his speech. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, praise due to Allah, and peace be upon His Prophet Muhammad, his followers, companions, Your Royal Highness Prince Abdullah bin Bender bin Abdul Aziz, the Minister of National Guard, Your Excellencies, the ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, peace be upon all of you. We'd like to welcome you in this blessed day in the opening ceremony of launching the Riyadh Biomedical Summit 23rd with the patronage of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz, the Prime Minister, the Crown Prince, and with the honoring of His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah bin Bender bin Abdul Aziz, the Minister of the National Guard, in opening the inaugurating the ceremony on behalf of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Your Royal Highness, in accordance of the ambition of the Crown Prince, when he said to build a homeland more prosperous, to find for each citizen to find what he or she wishes for our future. The future of our country will be built together. We will not accept but to have our country ahead of all nations. These speeches by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who have been supporting our renaissance and competitiveness, and he raised the ambitions with the creativity and excellence. We are looking forward in this summit to innovate a industrial, medical, technological industry with the sharing knowledge and the role of the leaders of technologies around the globe in reinforcing the status of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as an active partner in this biomedical industry around the globe, and showing some models and uncovering some new opportunities in this biomedical fields, and facing the challenges of the health sector, in addition in discussing the regulations and procedures for in this industry. This summit is a landmark in the medical bio industries. This is the future of health and the requirements of the current health sector around the globe. In investing through realizing the ambitions of our leadership for prosperity and the safety of our country. Today we are discussing 4 topics, among them the genetic therapy and stems, and also developing some vaccines for some cancer, and also the genetic science, and treating some rare diseases in addition to preclinical diseases. Today we are in the summit, we are looking for the integration of government sectors, ministries, to enrich the partnership, the real partnership in building a new horizon for the biomedical industry and investing in different fields with the directives of our leadership, may Allah protect them, to come up with a national strategy to make and to manufacture the biomedical industry within our kingdom, with the partnership of local and international expertise. And finally, I would like to thank His Royal Highness the custodian of the two holy mosques, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and to you, Your Royal Highness, for attending this, launching the activities of the summit, and the support of the Ministry of National Guard for this summit. And I would like to thank the ministers. And in extension, I would like to thank our private sector partners locally and internationally. I would like to thank the international speakers as well as the local national speakers. Would like to thank also the audience, the ladies and gentlemen, asking Allah the Almighty to give us guidance and to give us success to achieve and realize the goals of the summit, and to bring and to also reflect the status of our country in the world. Your Royal Highness Abdullah bin Bandar bin Abdul Aziz, the Minister of National Guard, now His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Abdullah bin Bandar bin Abdul Aziz will be launching the summit of the 2023, the Biomedical Summit. And peace be upon all of you. This is the war of Saudi Arabia. This is my war that I am taking now. I will not die without seeing the Middle East as heads of the world, and I'm sure this goal will be achieved under the patronage of Israel, under the patronage of the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and the presence of the Minister of His Royal Highness the Abdullah bin Bandar bin Abdulaziz, the Minister of the National Guard. We launch Riyadh Global Medical Biotechnology Summit, the 2023, that shall be launched under the organization of the Ministry of National Guard in cooperation with the Ministry of Investment, the strategic partner of the summit, with the pioneering pace towards enhancing healthcare around the world with the latest substantial technology and the largest promising investment that we are meeting today in the second edition of the summit, which embodies the integration of the efforts of the ministries and government sectors in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ministry of Investment Strategic Partner, Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Research and Development and Aviation Authority, Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, National Sadaya, National Industry Development and Logistical Services Program to build the future of the medical biotechnology industry, invest in various fields and form a global strategic partnership in order to achieve Vision 2030, a vibrant society, a thriving economy, an ambitious nation. Under the guidance of our wise leadership, to build a joint national strategy that draws a roadmap for biomedical technology in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with the national and global partnership. We are all look forward to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia being a global gateway to medical biotechnology. We all look forward to the future. Medical biotechnology consists of using biological materials and micrograms to produce new compounds with unique properties that are used in the production of vaccines and steams. One of the most important uses are the treatment of genetic diseases and conscious through the journey began with scientific research that may result in the patent of a new biotechnology of the discovery of a drug treatment for one of the incurable diseases that falls within the clinical trials. Finding comes from those interested in developing these, and from this point, the complementary role comes as evident of the support of the leadership. Mega supported to complete its journey and the most completed in using this technology in developing vaccines and nanotechnology and developing the antibiotics and all the stem cells, and also developing laboratory, and also and among the distinguished projects is to establish the clinical studies unit, and to join them also the Saudi Biobank that will have a huge impact on reinforcing the healthcare within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and providing a good health environment for innovation and research. In this summit, many scientists around the globe gathering under one dome to discuss the latest development in the sector and to build a strategic partnership and to bring international investments, limited international investments that may help in realizing the vision of Saudi Arabia 2030 based on a good economy, based on research and industries, and also increasing the market value from from 8 billion to 51 billion US dollars. Be close to attending our sessions, learn about the most important career challenges in sector and the proposals of empower healthcare experts and government representative, so that we can discover together solutions and proposals that contribute to reformulating the sector with goals that transact borders and embraces the horizon scientific capabilities. Be part of the future of the medical biotechnology sector and the advancement of healthcare services by providing modern medical diagnosis and therapeutic solutions that are most modern, efficient, and sustainable. We are excited to start our journey with you to change the world for better. Dear audience, we have watched in these videos the qualitative transformation between the past and the present and the future for the biomedical. Now we will start the ministerial session that will focus on the chances and the models for suggested for developing the biomedicals. The session will be in English and we provided the translation. At the entrances, we would like to welcome Their Excellency the Minister of Investment, Engineer Khalid Al-Falih. And Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Mr. Bender Al-Khlayef.
ومعالي المدير العام
and your His Excellency the head of the National Affairs at the Ministry of National Guard Dr. Bandar Ganawi
ومعالي الرئيس التنفيذي
and His
للهيئة العامة
Excellency
للغذاء
the
والدواء
head of
الدكتور هشام الجضعي.
FDIC Dr. Hisham Al-Jad'i. And I would like to welcome His Excellency, Her Excellency, Dr. Sarah Tari, the moderator.
The panel will discuss why the kingdom is uniquely positioned to build biotechnology ecosystem
في المنظومة التقنية الحالية في المستقبل وكذلك
and successes. Dr. Sarah, I pass the mic to you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, our dear friends, colleagues, and partners from across the kingdom and the international ecosystem, welcome to the second Riyadh Global Medical Biotechnology Summit. And for those of you who have flown from around the world to be here with us today, welcome to Riyadh and welcome to the kingdom. We wish you a very pleasant stay. We're thrilled and delighted by the level of participation and attendance and engagement at this year's summit, where we have gathered renowned scientists and industry leaders, academics, researchers, and government officials from across the kingdom and around the world. We wish you a pleasant couple of days ahead and hope that your engagement will be fruitful and breed everything from interesting and insightful conversations around advancements in the field to strategic cooperation and alliances with the kingdom and beyond. It brings me great honor to be moderating the opening ceremony panel discussion, and it brings me great pleasure and privilege to introduce to you our esteemed panelists, His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Investment, His Excellency Bandar Al-Khrayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency, our gracious host, Dr. Bandar Ganawi, the CEO of Health Affairs at the Ministry of National Guard, and His Excellency Dr. Hisham Al-Jad'i, the CEO of the Saudi FDA. We have brought for you a group of distinguished authorities, leaders, and officials from the kingdom's government and the wider biotechnology ecosystem. And allow me to begin by posing a general question to our panelists to allow them to set the scene for what it means to build a biotechnology ecosystem for the future in the kingdom thematically. And then I will engage each of them with specific questions to bring the perspectives of their entities and roles to the conversation. So esteemed panelists, in 2 to 3 minutes each, if you may, beginning with His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih and going in seating order. How can medical biotechnology shape the future of the kingdom? Why does the kingdom have a unique value proposition to play in this field? And what role does the sector play in achieving Vision 2030 from a macroeconomic perspective, but also from a healthcare outcome perspective? Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. As'adallah masa'akum jami'an. Needless to say, it's an honor and a privilege for us, the Ministry of Investment, to be a strategic partner with the National Guard, the Ministry of National Guard, healthcare within the ministry, and the University of King Saud Medical School in sponsoring, coordinating, and supporting this very important conference. Of course, with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince being the sponsor, I think gives a very important topic added importance, and with the presence of His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah bin Bandar. Thank you very much for gracing the event and for giving us the opportunity to partner with the ministry and with KMARC. Obviously, Vision 2030, Sarah, is about building a new economy for Saudi Arabia, an economy of the future, and playing to our strengths as we build sectors that that matter, sectors that have a lot of value in all of the dimensions of value. And when we talk about biotechnology, we talk about it from all dimensions. I think the most important dimension, first of all, is the national security and the human level. And we've seen over the last couple of decades the emergence, and sometimes surprising emergence, of diseases that were pathogens and diseases and contagious pathogens that have surprised all of us and have brought life to a screeching halt. Even if you go back to SARS, you go back to other, but we in Saudi Arabia saw it firsthand with a unique version of corona that hit us 7-8 years ago, which was the MERS corona, and we found ourselves not as prepared as we would have liked to be in terms of being able to quickly respond with the therapies, the vaccines, the preventions. We built a lot of capacity when that happened, and thank God when the real big one, the big pandemic hit in 2020, the kingdom was more prepared than most, but we were still vulnerable, just like the rest of the global community, although we were slightly ahead, having run through the practice or the experience of MERS. So that's just from a national security as well as from a human safety and wellness. Everybody in this room, everybody who is watching this conference knows that the COVID really exposed our human vulnerabilities at a very raw level. Now, at the macroeconomic level, biotechnology is going to be, by many experts' opinion, and I believe that too, is going to be the highest growing sector in the next few decades. It's going to generate a lot of value, and that has already started. If you look at the last 10 years, a highly developed country with one of the highest GDP per capita, Switzerland, 1/3 of the growth of Switzerland is coming from biotechnology. And they're not dependent on biotechnology. Over 6% of a highly diverse industrialized economy like Switzerland, 6% of their GDP is coming from a few companies that are active in biopharma. In terms of innovation, startups in biotechnology are the ones that are creating the innovation. So it's a great area for aspiring Saudi entrepreneurs, scientists, technologists, researchers to aspire to catch up with the likes of Moderna, BioNTech in Germany, which are worth hundreds of billions of dollars in a very short period of time. So not only is it useful or necessary at the macro level, it's also great at the corporate level for large companies which are already in the pharma field, but also startups and researchers. So these are only three. Of course, Saudi Arabia, population, unique genetic makeup, Hajj and Umrah, and the convergence of tens of millions of people every year in Saudi Arabia that bring these type of infectious diseases to the kingdom gives us also a responsibility not only for ourselves, not only for the visitors of the kingdom, but also for the global community, that we create the defensive mechanisms to ensure that any pathogen coming into the kingdom will not spread and harm the rest of the global community.
Indeed, Your Excellency, I think, since the pandemic struck, we have truly witnessed the great biotech acceleration on a number of fronts. Your Excellency, if you could speak to your views on that.
Thank you, Sarah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to congratulate His Royal Highness Prince Bandar for the great success of the event from the first version of last year. It has definitely become a very important event that we all look at in finding different opportunities, meeting with experts in the sector, and also developing the sector in Saudi Arabia. I think back to your questions, I think it's the industry in general, the biotechnology is something that is growing rapidly. It is estimated to represent 45% of the solutions in the health sector, where it only represents around 25% today. This kind of growth just shows how the advancement of the technology is taking us more and more towards the biotechnology for the better of everyone. Also, we believe that the growth, specifically in manufacturing in the biosector, is going to be also estimated to around 60% of the manufacturing of medicines, and that also will represent a very important segment of the market, which means that we have to be quite geared and ready also in Saudi Arabia. The growth in R&D in the sector will double in the next few years, especially the R&D that's coming from private sector specifically. And that also shows the boldness and how people are betting on the technology for finding the right solutions. Today, Saudi Arabia is privileged to have a great vision, leadership direction, where we see great emphasis on making sure that we jump into every opportunity that allows us to be at the same level of speed with everyone else. This sector is definitely allowing Saudi Arabia also to design the right solutions and medicines for our citizens, where we can see as a country we have our own different characteristics where we need to be mindful of, and how we can use these characteristics, the data and so on, to be more and more focused to our people to find the right medicines, right treatment that is laser focused, that gives the treatment in the right way with the least side effects that could be normally associated with traditional medicines. So also Saudi Arabia's focus on resilience as a result of its Vision 2030, which was also more and more probably stressed with the pandemic, what we have seen. Saudi Arabia definitely was one of the countries that showed great courage to make people the first choice, and therefore we were able to succeed in allowing people to continue working, living their life, but also being careful about their health. The test of COVID also showed us how much the global community is fragile when it comes to supply chain, different capabilities of manufacturing, different capabilities of research, and so on. And therefore, it's just a matter of time where we need to see how we can redistribute the capabilities of the global community to ensure that all of us are being served in the right way, in the right fashion, in the right time when pandemics do hit. So Saudi Arabia is greatly positioned from a geographical location, from also the ability of the country to grow the sector as part of different strategies, such as the industrial strategy or the health strategy or the supply chain resilience strategy and so on. Saudi Arabia is also has great representation in the Arab world, in the Islamic world, and in the region. So we are not only looking for our local market, where we all know some of these investments may not be justifiable with our number of citizens or population, but also we inspire to help the region, help the global community through different capabilities that we build inside the country. And finally, I think what is most important also, this is an area where we can see it has a great fit with our young, smart citizens who are eager to enter new areas of expertise, grow their talent. It's an area where we can see a lot of innovation, R&D, and so on. So Saudi Arabia is definitely capable and well positioned to enter this market and grow much faster than anybody else.
Indeed, Your Excellency, and I think one of the silver linings of the pandemic, if we can call it that, is that it reaffirmed our confidence and our ability to localize this industry in the kingdom, and I look forward to hearing more from you about these efforts that your ministry is leading. Your Excellency, Dr. Bender, from your perspective, can medical biotechnology shape the future of the kingdom?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Definitely, I think it's an exciting event where we see the collaboration and the integration between the healthcare systems, the academics, the research institutions, and particularly medical research institutions are really collaborating with investment and industry to create a strong foundation. And we hope this event will be really a hub, not only nationally, but as well internationally, to build this ecosystem. Clearly, at the health sector or at the institutions of healthcare, these are very, very important. We are really looking forward to see how can we bridge this gap and ensure that we move research, innovation, patent, and as well moving it from the labs, from health institutions, to really go through investing it and later on production. And clearly today, with the esteemed panel here, including my colleague from the Saudi FDA, Dr. Hisham Al-Jadai, this is really an event that would truly, truly enhance our ability to be a strong player at the international level, to ensure that we are, as a country, coming forward with this huge, huge need of biotechnology. There is no doubt, as been mentioned as well, that the pandemic has explored or has exposed as well many opportunities. We take it as an opportunity, not as a failure, but as more to do rather than to look back and see what's happened. Clearly, this is an event that we are here today to make sure that we really look at very, very important areas of collaborations. And you will see today during the signing ceremonies for these agreements that all healthcare sectors, as well in collaboration with the different international and national biopharma, are contributing to this event and contributing to the future of the kingdom, hoping that we will be able to fulfill all the needs and requirements for 2030 vision. No doubt that biotechnology, as been mentioned, is a huge part of the economy. It's a huge part of the economy of human being. Without biotechnology, you will not be able to serve patients, will not be able to treat diseases, prevent diseases, and really work harder to look at things. For example, I may highlight one or two of the important panel discussions or important sessions that we'll have during this summit, is really looking at what is new and how can we make sure that as a country, as a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, are able to manufacture vaccines for infectious diseases, for cancer. And I think these years are really clear that this is the new era of the new age of gene therapy, cellular therapy, and new therapy for rare diseases. So we look forward to really having a very, very important event and recommendation out of the summit to ensure that we really fulfill this and we become, as I said in my speech, a strategic goal for the whole ecosystem of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Dr. Hisham Al-Jadai, as the chief regulator in this ecosystem, what are your views on how the kingdom is uniquely positioned to play a pivotal role in the sector?
Thank you, Dr. Sarah. I think the focus on biotechnology is an important pillar for our Vision 2030. Medical biotechnology, we had medication for years and years. Insulin, old vaccine, all are medical biotechnology. However, we have now new technology like gene and others. I will summarize the positioning for ourselves in Saudi Arabia for approaching the biotechnology in 5 elements. The first one is that biotechnology will fulfill unmet clinical needs. We had, for example, cancer. Through biotechnology, we may have cure and other diseases. The second component is that through biotechnology, it is very expensive and costly treatments. And this will bring for us an opportunity for economy and investment and production in Saudi Arabia. The third component for us in Saudi Arabia, the biotechnology needs a lot of talent and scientists and researchers. And we are, alhamdulillah, in Saudi Arabia, we have talented people, we have scientists, we have universities, research centers. At least in the MENA region, we are one of the strongest in that element, and we can utilize it to focus on the biotechnology. The fourth point is related to the industry. We have a huge infrastructure in the industry, especially in the pharmaceutical industry, and also we are one of the largest manufacturers for pharmaceutical in the MENA region, and also one of the largest in the consumption of pharmaceutical in the MENA region. The last one is regulation. Regulation is very important for biotechnology for both the consumer, the patient, and also for the investor. For the patient, to ensure the safety and efficacy of these medical biotechnology, and all of us, we saw this with the COVID vaccine, with strong regulation to ensure the safety of this product, we can have it for our patient and move forward. And for investor, we need to protect their interest and also to attract them to invest in Saudi Arabia. And as a regulator, we are implementing the international regulation through different laws and regulation for that to have our environment attractive for investor in biotechnology to bring it to Saudi Arabia.
Indeed, Your Excellency, and the Saudi FDA has played a remarkable role over the course of the pandemic and beyond in terms of refining and reforming regulations needed to render our ecosystem much more attractive to investments. Your Excellency, Khalid Al-Falih, if I may come back to you, the Ministry of Investment has been exceptionally bullish on this sector. I wonder why. And has been playing a very active role in forging strategic collaborations with leading industry partners in biotech and pharma since the beginning of the pandemic and throughout, as well as leading a number of regulatory reform initiatives with partners from the ecosystem through coalitions. Can you walk the audience, Your Excellency, through MISA's biotech ecosystem development journey since over the past 2 years?
Well, Sarah, I think what we have done within the sector is a very small part of a national ecosystem. The healthcare biotech sector, I think, is the best example of a sector that has a huge potential to grow, as mentioned by their excellencies, the panelists, and everybody else knows in this esteemed audience. But it can only happen if everybody within the government system, within the private sector, within the academic sector plays their part. And I don't want to take too much credit from the Ministry of Investment. We've tried to facilitate, connect the dot, and be a convener of the partners in this most critical sector. And I think the fact that we have done it with more than anything else, with the power of young, knowledgeable, smart, innovating, daring people is an example of what the sector needs indeed for it to grow. It's not about capital, it's not about big factories, it's not about bricks and mortar. It's about people who want and who are empowered, unleashed, and get things done. And I am proud that the person who led that sector over the last 3 years is yourself.
Thank you, Excellency.
Sarah Thari. So I think you're an example of what an individual can contribute, can help colleagues across the ecosystem do. Now, I want to go back to what we said in the first question. The transformation of the economy of Saudi Arabia is about transforming from a government-led economy to a private sector-led economy. That's one pillar of that transformation. And it's massive, it's decisive, it is happening, and it's going to accelerate going forward. The private sector is moving into the driver's seat of the economy of Saudi Arabia. We're transforming from an economy that is centered on resources and assets, capital-intensive industries, to one that is centered, as I mentioned, around innovation, around knowledge, and around human capabilities and human creativity. It's also one that is going to empower new technology, not only biotechnology, but information technology, AI, and the power of that technology and what it does. So when we looked at biotechnology, when the ministry was created in 2020, in the midst of the pandemic and learning from the experiences I mentioned earlier about MERS and SARS and all of the threats, we worked really hard to be a convener of the Saudi government collaborators, the local private sector, our strong industry in pharmaceuticals, and more importantly, realizing where we are in biotechnology, reaching out to the global community of innovative companies. And we created informal groupings as well as formal groupings. We entered into agreements with many of the globally leading companies, and we facilitated agreements between them and leading organizations in Saudi Arabia, like Kmark, like King Faisal Specialist Hospital, like the Ministry of Health. We try to address issues around clinical trial systems and procedures, which were not optimum in Saudi Arabia. And I'm proud that today many of our leading institutions here in the room have double-digit numbers of ongoing clinical trials going as a result of that work and that connectivity that we did. Information technology was, access to information and data. As I mentioned in my first question answer, the unique genomic makeup of the Saudi population and correlations between our genes and the incidence of diseases is more important to the pharma industry, and many of them are here and they will speak when it's their turn, than any money we could provide. So how do we provide access to that information in a fair way to the kingdom, to the researching companies, and at the same time, while preserving the privacy of the individuals that their data is hosting in these information systems? So all of these issues are being progressed. Some of them have gone a long way. Some of them are still ongoing. But I think it's all, my summary, it's all about collaboration. It's all about empowering our research community here in Kingdom and their collaborators abroad. And it's about giving the private sector the right risk-return trade-off. Risks that can be managed by the government through proper and clear regulations need to be owned by the government, so that whether it's about clinical trials, whether it's about trying new therapies and interventions, we have to own those risks that we should own to allow and accelerate the approval process. I have to say and give credit to His Excellency Hisham Al-Jadai from the SFDA. They have, as a result of the dialogues we've been having, they have introduced accelerated approval processes, and they've been facilitating clinical trials. And I think I will just end by saying we're playing a small part of connecting the dots in a very exciting system with a very exciting biotech sector.
And speaking of connecting the dots, Your Excellency, this leads us very nicely to a question I want to raise to His Excellency Bandar Al-Khayef on a committee that he chairs and leads, otherwise known as Committee 399, the Committee for Localization of Vaccines and Biologics. That's really an exemplar for cohesion and unification of the entire ecosystem under a single umbrella. This committee was established by royal decree under your leadership, Your Excellency. Can you talk to us about the committee and what the objectives of this committee are, and how does it support and accelerate strategic localization of the industry?
Thank you. And you know, this committee became very popular. Even in Davos, they were asking me, are you the chairman of Committee 399?
I think that's a good thing.
So I mean, that's true. I mean, the way this committee was created is just showing how the great commitment by the leadership to allow us as different entities who are responsible one way or another of the localization to work together and allowing us to have the right platform to coordinate and find the best way forward. And I would like to just share with you the story actually of the creation of this committee, which just also shows how humble my colleagues, you know, ministers who were kind enough actually to ask that our ministry leads, because in the beginning we all were, you know, eager to have something, certain platform that will actually be the umbrella of all the efforts to create what needs to be done in the country to allow us to create the localization and achieve, of course, the resilience and so on. So when the discussion came, really everyone was just behind the aim of how we can achieve the targets rather than who gets to lead. I really give credit to my colleague minister, especially Minister of Health Care, who made it very clear that his only concern is that we work together and do what's need to be done. So the committee is empowered and enabled to do two things. One is to coordinate as ministers. Every ministry has its own regulation and ability to do part of the puzzle. And then we need to connect all of this to actually create the end result. But also, it has the right to escalate to the center of government for additional enablers. And today we are in the final stages of actually communicating or taking the end result to the execution. So the committee is looking at the different requirements. It has looked at the overall ecosystem, what needs to be enhanced, how we can do it, what are the kind of enablers, who are the right partners with us, because we know that this is a sector where we need strong partners with us that will actually do the proper investment and something that is going to be for the long term. We communicated with everyone, all the big players in the industry. We have communicated with them the details of the strategy, what we intend to do, and so how is the appetite between everyone. And I can tell you that everyone is excited. Everyone is actually want to contribute, want to be part of this. In fact, during my time in Davos, probably 25% of my time was actually meeting with my colleague also, Engineer Khalid Al-Faleh, with potential partners who are willing to work with Saudi Arabia. In fact, they are eager actually to work with Saudi Arabia. And they see now the clarity, and some of these companies have been working with Saudi Arabia for a long, long time. And they are now able to see that we actually put our finger on the pain, and we are able to find the right solution, because suddenly now they can talk to one entity which represents all stakeholders in the ecosystem that will help them achieve the targets. So, I mean, things like localization also being supported by the local content authority, where we see great value of the local content law today that allows companies to transfer technology in exchange for offtake agreements, for example, or build certain capabilities in exchange for also offtake agreement or also promise to be listed in the mandatory list and so on. So this is all part of the communication that we are doing. And I can proudly say that the interest that we have seen and the new ideas also that we have been able to explore is something that give me pride. And I see most of the discussions also, these companies are willing to use Saudi Arabia as a platform and not only for our local demand.
Indeed, and having been part of the working group with this committee for quite some time, I can tell you, Your Excellency, that we believe that it's going to be a game changer for the way that we develop a biotechnology ecosystem for the kingdom, particularly for industrial manufacturing, localization, and national health security as it relates to self-sufficiency. Moving to another segment of the value chain, research and development and clinical trials, Your Excellency, Dr. Bender Al-Ganawi, what are some of the R&D activities in biotechnology within health affairs at the Ministry of National Guard and K-Mark at large that you are most excited about, and how do you believe that industry partnerships will help you leverage these collaborations?
Thank you, sir, again. Truly, as a health institutions, and research centers in the kingdom, we're really privileged and happy to see we can leapfrog. We can really move very strongly forward with the partnership that we have. I think it's been clear that localization and the local content has helped health institutions very strongly, as well with the investment that we have to really move all of the local activities and opportunities within the institutions to be able to, as I said, to leapfrog and be at the forefront of the delivery of the biotechnology. Clearly, all health organizations and research centers at the universities, at the health institutions are really focused on how do we develop platforms. For example, transferring technology within these labs, and then partnership with the big biopharmas, either locally or internationally, will clearly move this direction very, very strongly, and of course, will result in a product that will be made in Saudi Arabia. And I think this is the whole logo of the Ministry of Industry recently is made in Saudi, and I think it is really a pleasure to see how all of us really work with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Industry, to really look at this as a common ground, a common foundation for all of us to really do this. This is opening the door for all the scientists, for all of the people who are really working on entrepreneurship, people who have patents, to really move this ahead and collaborate, and giving them the chance to really collaborate with the strong and renowned organizations or biopharma industry. And really, there is no better chance than this, what we see today, sitting all of us here today to discuss this thing for the second year, making sure that we really come up with a very astounding opportunity for all of our young scientists, for our researchers at the universities who are really coming back from a major scholarship investment, to really be able to build the future of Saudi Arabia, to build the future of biotechnology. And of course, this really advances, make us really as well have the responsibility and accountability to make sure that we do it very well. And we will work together to make sure that that happens.
Your Excellency, on your note of generating Saudi-made products in the sector, I think it's a great segue to the entity that regulates the sector and enables a smooth R&D pipeline from translational research all the way to safe and efficacious production. Your Excellency, Dr. Hisham, what is the SFDA's approach towards the regulation of research, development, and innovation, and specifically clinical trials activities in the kingdom?
Thank you. I will maybe divide the answer to your question to two sections. The first, what we did, and then what are the results. So in the first component, clinical trials, we are trying to prove the efficacy and the safety of the product. It's still not proven that it's safe and efficacious. So we need to be careful with exposing those patients to this medicine and need to have a regulation for it. So what we did in this, we have a regulation. We have expedited also the approval for the clinical trials within 30 days. We approved also a site for clinical trial phase 1, which is with the National Guard Health Affairs. We did a lot of, in terms of regulation. Also now we have a clinical trial, national clinical trial law, and it's in the process of approval. And this will also give trust and encouragement for the scientists to do clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. And with that, we have good results. In terms of results, in 2022, we have almost 40% of the clinical trials in Saudi Arabia, they are biotechnology clinical trial. We have now even gene clinical trials done in Saudi Arabia. We are advanced to a certain limit with the multinational companies. They are doing clinical trials in Saudi Arabia in the same time where they are doing it in Europe or North America. We have more than 700 clinical trials, either in pharmaceutical or even in medical devices. We also, at this moment, we are working with the regulator in Germany in working in a clinical trial that will start in phase 1, and the investor in Germany, they want to do this in collaboration to approve it and do it in Saudi Arabia, and then that will target a disease needed in Saudi Arabia. I want to take this chance to invite the representative from the private sector who are attending this summit and from multinational company to really bring clinical trials at the early stages, either phase 3, phase 2, but also phase 1, since we already have a site approved and did clinical trials for phase 1 in Saudi Arabia, to encourage them to apply and increase the clinical trials here in Saudi Arabia. We do this with our, within the ecosystem, with our collaboration with the regulators, with the Ministry of Investment, with the hospitals, with the research centers. So it's a whole ecosystem. We think that the regulation that we are doing, it's important, essential. However, we try to make sure that it will not prevent scientists or investors from doing clinical trials in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And we know that clinical trials represents one of the highest value segments of the biomedical value chain. And we share your encouragement for our friends in the industry to contribute and access our patient population for trying innovative solutions in healthcare. Your Excellency, Khalid Al-Falih, speaking of the private sector, what are your views on the importance of private public sector collaboration in this sector? And if you could speak to us a little bit about the incentive schemes or incentive structures that will be applied in biotechnology from the Ministry of Investment.
Well, I think the partnership between private and public sector is really the key unlock for value in this sector. Obviously, as we mentioned repeatedly today, research and innovation is the foundation which is built on human talent, but there has been so many innovations that have remained in the laboratory or in the pages of papers that have been published. Until the private sector is willing and able to take it to market through a long process, obviously, given the importance of proving, as Dr. Hisham Al-Jadai mentioned, the safety and efficacy of these biomedical intervention. Until the private sector is willing to take it through the process, it will not see the day of light. And the government is absolutely responsible to providing the right safety net for the private sector to operate, and I mean safety net. So when I mentioned it before, the regulations have to be enabling. There is always risk. If we hadn't taken risks in 2020 with the development of the COVID-19 vaccines, we would not be in the summit today. We would still be locked in homes wearing masks just to go to the supermarket to get the nearest thing. The reason we're here is because there was a willingness to take risk, and the government provided some indemnity for the likes of Pfizer and AstraZeneca and Moderna to take those innovations, that mRNA, which we didn't know before, I didn't know before, but it became a household word. Our kids started talking about mRNA when the innovation came. But that partnership between the government and His Excellency talked about offtakes and about providing some commercial sort of safety net. So it's not just the regulatory and the liability safety net that the government, but also some commercial. If you develop it here, we're going to buy from you. If it comes cheaper from somewhere else, we're not going to leave you exposed to that commercial risks. And I think we have to make sure that the private sector knows what are the resources available for Saudi Arabia, and some have been mentioned. Saudi Arabia is rich with a pool of talent. Our medical field is the most human developed talent in Saudi Arabia. Our human talent is developed in all sectors. But having worked for a brief period in the healthcare sector, I am particularly proud of the capabilities of our young and not so young medical practitioners and scientists and researchers, whether they're working in the front line in a healthcare setting or in education and research. And there is no dollar value you can put on that wealth. The problem is they're isolated from the private sector and being able to bring their ideas and innovations and help the private sector. So accessing that huge untapped resource we have is very important. And of course, accessing, I keep pointing at Dr. Abdullah Sharaf from Sadaya, accessing our data in a fair and equitable way and being able to correlate all of the data that's available. This is what the kingdom can bring to the private sector in this public-private partnership that will unleash, and I mean unleash, value for private sector investors, and I believe it will bring unimaginable benefits to not only the kingdom, but to humanity overall.
Indeed. If Your Excellency, you can also comment on the ministry's approach towards incentivizing the private sector in various ways.
Yeah, we have in the kingdom, I mean, His Excellency talked at length about the Great Committee 399, which I'm proud to be a member of under his leadership. But there is another committee which works hand in hand with all sectors, really, which is the Incentive Committee. For the first time, we have created a well-governed structure within the government of Saudi Arabia to manage incentives for certain strategic, important, unlock investments. And we look at every sector. Sometimes we come up with a sector-wide set of incentives, and sometimes we focus on those parts of the value chain that would need a specific set of incentives, a specific investment with a particular company to do that unlock. The incentives can take different forms. It can be regulatory incentives by removing some barriers in our regulations, and it can take the form of tax incentives by giving certain tax relief or tax holidays, whether it's a corporate income tax, a withholding tax, certainly for any input material going into the manufacturing process. Import tariffs can and should and usually are waived for manufacturers and people who are adding value to those imports here in the kingdom. And if need be, we are able to provide grants, whether it's grants at the capital investment level or grants during the operation level. This is not unique to Saudi Arabia. Many countries do it. We do it, of course, in accordance with all of the international agreements that we're party to, including the WTO. But I mentioned that it is targeted to strategic sectors. Today, there is nothing more. I invite, the biotech and biopharma and healthcare industry at large to look at the kingdom as the growth platform going forward. Our regulations are flexible. We work as one team. And if incentives are necessary to unlock your investments, come and talk to us at MISA with the committee I'm talking about, with our partners, and we will make your investments profitable, inshallah.
Indeed, thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Bandar Al-Kharif, we talked about our aspirations for the biotech ecosystem for the future. Our local industry is characterized as being a very robust generics industry. Within biotechnology, we, from an end-to-end value chain integrated perspective, is still quite nascent and at its infancy. What do you think, as the Minister of Industry, the role of our local private sector is in establishing a resilient and integrated biotechnology ecosystem? What role can they play to upskill? And are there ambitions at large for achieving export competitiveness in this space?
Thank you, Sarah. And I would like to emphasize what His Excellency was saying. Actually, the role is going to be focusing on private sector. This is a private sector play, definitely. Our role as a government is really to ensure that there is clarity on the direction. And today, from the top, from the vision and then the different vertical strategies, indeed, our industrial strategy is very much focused on achieving the targets of the biosector, because it is, on one hand, it ticks so many boxes. So on one hand, it is addressing one of the most important sectors that we have identified of the 12 sector, which is the healthcare and medical. So, and secondly, it is a sector where we see great opportunity for innovation, for advanced manufacturing usage and so on. It is a great sector where we see us able to grow through export. So I think the clarity is one important thing from the government, and through the NIS, the National Industrial Strategy, we have that definitely. Secondly, regulation. I believe that Saudi Arabia has today, with the vision of our leadership, with really the strong drive of our leadership, we are able to create and amend new regulations much faster than anybody else. And this is a sector where regulation is key. It's a very highly regulated sector. It needs agility. It needs the finding the right balance between the right regulation that creates the environment of innovation, growth, and investment, but at the same time also making the right balance with the safety and the ensuring that we are also doing the right thing for the patients. So regulation is definitely key. I think one of the, back to as His Excellency Khalid said, SFDA today is a great enabler for our export market, because they are very well respected in the region and even globally. So without a strong regulator like SFDA, we will not be able to grow our exports. Today, our export in the pharmaceutical stand at 1.5 billion riyal and growing rapidly with new installations and so on. And finally, I think the RDI ecosystem, which has lately been revamped and is now under a program that is headed by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman himself, to ensure that research, development, and innovation as an ecosystem is actually well coordinated to serve all sectors, all industry, and definitely bio is one of those sectors. Today, the sector with all of this focus, I think will see a great growth. Today we have 50 different factories. They represent almost 28% of the value of our medical bill, but they represent almost 40 from a volume point of view. Definitely, they will be a great candidates for global players to partner with and take advantage of the market, the potential in the market and the region, and the aspirations that we are doing, plus what His Excellency has talked about, the enablers, and so on. So I invite everyone here from the global players to take advantage of the opportunity that we have in the country, in the biosector, and definitely in any industrial also installation that can be possible, and we'll be happy to help all together.
Fantastic. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm being told we're almost at time, so I'll wrap with two questions. The first I'll direct to you, Your Excellency, Dr. Hisham Al-Jad'i. Any final examples on how the Saudi FDA can facilitate the rapid approval of innovative medicines in the kingdom as we bring in more innovation from companies that are operating at the cutting edge and as we develop pipelines for homegrown innovation?
I think we all appreciate that we have our innovative medicine in Saudi Arabia, so we don't need to travel to take this medication or treatment outside. Through all the ecosystem that we are doing, all the ministries, governmental entity, and also with the healthcare system and with the private sector, we were able to bring a lot of advanced medication to Saudi Arabia. In terms of Saudi FDA, we have a new pathway. We call it breakthrough pathway. We did it for trial pilot in the last year, and now we will announce it next month. And this breakthrough pathway is facilitating any innovative medication to give them consultation, providing them with several incentives to ensure that these products will come as early as possible to Saudi Arabia. We also have other incentives on the other side of about the pricing, about the shortening the time, and all these things for all other medications. The result of that now considered Saudi Arabia by many of the multinational companies as a tier one in launching and bringing new medication to Saudi Arabia, similar to at the same time with other regulators either in the US or in Europe. Thank you.
Indeed, the Saudi FDA's reputation does speak for itself. Your Excellency, Dr. Bandar Ganawi, I can't think of a better way to close the panel than with you sharing some of your thoughts and aspirations on what you hope to achieve over the coming 2 days of the summit.
Thank you, Sarah. Again, clearly it is an exciting moment, and if I may summarize, I think we are witnessing and seeing a very bright future for biotechnology. Last year, when we had the first summit, we were able to sign some MOUs, but this year the MOUs are now becoming more partnership, and clearly we are transferring technology to the labs, to areas where we can really produce and become very inventors in this particular field, which is the biotechnology. So there is no doubt that clearly that we are here today witnessing really the advancement of how all of us working together collaboratively in a way that we are enhancing the biotechnology. Everyone recognizes how much it is very important to build the biotechnology sector, either from investment or industrial or regulation, and of course, utilization for our healthcare systems and patients. So honestly, we are really witnessing and very, very pleased from the point of healthcare providing healthcare system delivery. We're really witnessing that this is a very, very important moment, and we hope that we are fulfilling the vision of 2030 through all of these activities that we're seeing, not only from regulation, but as well from establishing a very strong factories and manufacturing facilities, and of course utilization by the needy patients and healthcare sectors. Of course, we are looking forward to see that localization and the local content will enrich this particular field, because it is growing and it is actually changing. We're seeing new medications, new vaccines, new devices, new disposables. All of these are completely changed. We're seeing a very huge facelift to the way that we deliver healthcare through these biotechnology standards and biotechnology interventions and innovation. So again, thank you very much for everyone really joining, and specifically His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for really hosting and making sure that it's under his auspices, and for Prince Abdullah bin Bandar for inaugurating this huge event. And we're looking forward for the third year, inshallah, next year, that we will have a much bigger. We will probably produce and able to say something that it is really being made in Saudi Arabia. And looking forward to that, and we thank everyone for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
أستأذنكم أصحاب المعالي بالبقاء معنا على المنصة. شكرا لكم، شكرا دكتورة سارة على هذه الجلسة الثرية شاركتم فيها الجانب الحيوي من الاقتصاد الوطني المبني على البحوث والمعرفة والصناعات البحثية. على هامش القمة تم اليوم توقيع عدد من الاتفاقيات ومذكرات التفاهم استكمالا للاهتمام الكبير.
In the many UMOs and agreements, we are happy to see some of the exchange of the UMOs and agreements between international companies in the field of biotechnology in sector. Now I'm honored to invite His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah bin Bandar bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, the Minister of National Guard. I would like to invite him to the stage to start the ceremony of exchanging MOU.
We are going to start the first MOU, Ministry of National Guard and AstraZeneca Company. The first part, the Ministry of National Guard, represented by Dr. Bandar bin Abdul Aziz bin Mohsen Al-Ganawi, Director General CEO of the Health Affairs, the Ministry of National Guard, President Abdul Aziz Saud for Health Sciences, King Abdullah International Center for Medical Research and AstraZeneca, represented by Regional Director of the Middle East and North Africa, Mr. Jim Weatherall. Second MOU by Ministry of Investment and Boring Company Egelheim. The first part, Ministry of Investment, to be represented by Ms. Sarah bin Faiz Al-Thani, General Supervisor of Biotechnology and Medicines and Consultant of the Minister. And second party to be represented by Dr. Walid Al-Mashaq, the Director General of the company in the KSA. Please do join us in the podium for the signing ceremony. This is about knowledge transfer and localization of vaccine production to prevent contagious diseases in the livestock. The second MOU by between Ministry of Investment and Novo Nordisk, the company. First party to be represented by Ms. Sarah bin Faiz, the General Supervisor of Biotechnology and Medicines and advisor to the Minister. The second party to be presented by Mr. Melvin Oscar. Third party also to this MIU King Abdullah University for Science and Technology, represented by Dr. Pierre Magistri. Third MOU between King Abdullah Global Center for Science Medical Researches, KMARC, and King Faisal Specialty Hospital and Research Center. First part presented by Ministry of National Guard, presented by Dr. Bender Nasser Ganawi, the General Director, Executive Director for the Health Affairs and Ministry of National Guard, Director of King Abdulaziz University, and second party presented by King Faisal Specialty Hospital and Research Center, Dr. Majid Ibrahim Al Fayyad, the General Executive Supervisor for King Faisal University Hospital and Research Center. The MOU is about to build a joint research platform and promote research programs and building national capacities and raising the capacities of coordination between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the global research and development entities in healthcare. MOU number 5, King Saudi University and Pfizer Saudi Limited Company, first party presented by Rector of the University, Badran bin Abdul Rahman Al Umar, and the second party will be presented by Pfizer Saudi Limited Company, Ryan Al Hashimi, the head of the medical section of the Pfizer Saudi Arabia. The objective of this MOU is to develop research think tanks of high quality, in addition to increase the cooperation and coordination and efforts to promote the pioneer or leadership in the research and development and health care. MOU number 6 between King Abdullah Research Center at the Ministry of National Guard and the Local Content Authority and Local Procurement and Pfizer Company Airline for Medicines. First party represented by Dr. Bender bin Abdul Muhsin Al Ginawi, and second party represented by Local Content Authority and Government Procurement Authority, Dr. Abdurrahman Al Samari, the CEO of Local Content Authority and Government Procurement. Second party, Pfizer Saudi Company, to be represented by Dr. Hani Al Hashimi, the head of the medical sector of the Saudi by Pfizer Company. The objectives of the MOU is to build joint research centers of high quality and to promote Saudi's leadership regionally and globally in research and R&D and healthcare. MOU number 7, cooperation agreement between King Center for Medical Research for Health Affairs, the Ministry of National Guard, and Evolution Charity Society, represented first party by Dr. Bender bin Muhsin Al Ginawi, the Executive Director of Health Affairs at the National Guard Ministry, and second party presented by Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the CEO of Evolution Charity Institution Foundation. Areas of cooperation to promote health and to average age rate and technical sciences, which plays a role in developing and promoting the health sector and exchange of expertise and knowledge in the aging research. MOU number 8 by King Faisal Specialty Hospital and Research Center and Salufi Arabic Teen Company, first party to be represented by Miss Sharif Abdul Aziz Al Abdul Mun'im, the Information Department, the King Faisal Specialty Hospital and Research Center. Second party presented by Sanufi Al Arabic Teen to be represented by Miss Dan Al Aghlani, the chairman of the General Affairs of the GCC countries. Areas of cooperation in this MOU: exploring joint and common opportunities, launch strategic partnership, long-term partnership, strategic partnership. MOU number 9, a cooperation agreement between King Abdullah for research, medical research and health affairs, Ministry of Guard and Moderna Company. First party represented by Dr. Ahmed bin Sulaiman Al-Askar, the CEO of King Salman Center for Medical Researches at the Ministry of National Guard. Second party, Moderna Company, to be represented by Mr. Saeed Francis, the Vice Chairman for Strategy and Business Development. The floor is yours. Areas of cooperation in this agreement is exploring opportunities, R&D, in the inherited diseases and contagious diseases through mRNA technology. Tenth, cooperation agreement between King Abdullah Center for Medical Researches at the Ministry of National Guards and Roche Products Saudi Arabia Limited Company. First party represented by Dr. Ahmed bin Sulaiman Al-Askar, the CEO of King Abdullah Center for Medical Researches for Health Affairs at the Ministry of National Guards and Roche Products Arabian Saudi Limited Company, represented by Mr. Abdurrahman Sabra, the General Director of Roche Arabian Saudi Arabia Limited Company, and with Mr. Osama Derwish, General Director of Arabian Diagnosis Arabian Company Limited Company. Areas of cooperation: healthcare based on the values through adopting innovative solutions and digital infrastructure. Finally, with King Faisal Specialty Hospital and Research Center and Biomedical Science First Party, King Faisal Hospital be represented by Yasmin Muhammad Malawi, General Designated General Director for King Faisal Research Center, and second party represented by Abdullah Al-Hassawi, General CEO of Biomedical Sciences, Biotechnical Medical Sciences Company. The Biomedical Sciences Company and King Faisal. Areas of cooperation in this agreement: enabling health sector based on value-based through innovative solutions and accessibility to innovations in digital health and remote health care. By this we conclude the signing ceremony of MOUs. All the success. Your Royal Highness Prince Abdullah bin Bandar Abdulaziz Al Saud, Minister of National Guard, thank you so much for honoring us with your presence to this summit and launching this summit. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, thank you for your time. Hoping to see you again in a health sector. While our health sector is growing, innovating and flourishing, are going to continue our agenda, but after a short break, please accept my appreciation to عام الوخير للمتحدثين العزيزين انضمونا لنا. سوف ناخذ استراحة 10 دقائق الآن ونعود بعد ذلك. خلوكم على اتصال، ابقوا على اتصال.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll commence shortly. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will commence in few minutes. Please be seated. Thank you. esteemed guests, welcome back. Now we'll be diving into the topic of improving R&D productivity, innovation for the next decade. It's my pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker, Sir Menilas Pangalos, Executive Vice President and President, Biopharmaceutical R&D, AstraZeneca UK, who is joining us virtually from the UK. Sir Menilas, can you hear me? We're connecting now. Okay? Yes. Hello, welcome, Sir Menilas. I pass the mic to you.
Thank you very much, and apologies for not being there in person, but it's getting close to our full year results, and I have to be here in preparation for that in London. But it's a pleasure to be joining you virtually, and I've been listening to some of the symposium, and what I hope to do over the next 20 minutes or so is give you a flavour for the types of things that we've been doing to improve our productivity, then give you some examples of the types of programs and projects that we work on and the things that we continue to do, because we're never happy with where we are. We always want to continue to improve. So if we go to the next slide, it shows you actually how difficult our industry is. And if you look at the graph on the right-hand side, what I'm showing you here is various statistics or probabilities of success at different phases of drug development. So that, for example, if you actually just focus on the very right-hand side of the curve and the graph, and you look at the two grey bars, you can see that the success rates from going from first in human to launch, so when you're in clinical development, the probability of success in our industry from 2005 to 2010 of launching a medicine was only 6%. So that means for 94% of the time, when people were putting their molecules into the clinic, their molecules were failing. It's a very, very high failure rate. And actually, when you look at AstraZeneca, I joined AstraZeneca in 2010. One of the pieces of work I did was to actually try and understand why our success rates were so low and why industry success rates were so low. You can see that AstraZeneca was even worse at 4% success rate. So we were failing 96% of the time. So really, it's a very high-risk industry, and it emphasizes why we invest so much in research and development, but it also highlights what a challenge it is in terms of a return on your investment to generate medicines at the end. Now, as part of this piece of work I did when I first joined the company, we came up with something that we've called the 5R framework, and that's on the left-hand side of the slide. And it's focusing on 5 fundamentals of research and development that, as we looked at our data, we thought if we could do these 5 things well, we would improve the probability of success as we move things into the clinic of ultimately getting a medicine at the end, because ultimately what we have to do is turn our science into medicines. And those 5 things are very, I think, relatively straightforward and intuitive. They're working on the right targets, and I'll talk more about that in a moment, but understanding the disease pathophysiology of the pathways that you're trying to modulate and trying to demonstrate and prove as you work through research and development that the molecules and pathways you're working on are relevant in modifying the disease process that you're trying to treat. Right tissue, determining when you have a molecule that's trying to treat something in the brain or a tumor or the heart, that your molecule gets to the right tissue and does what it's meant to be doing. Right safety, understanding what your toxicological liabilities are before you put things in the clinic so that you can remove molecules that are likely to have toxicity issues as you move into human trials to avoid spending money on things that have got a low probability of success because ultimately they have toxicity signals. Right patient, defining the patient population that's most likely to respond to that particular molecule or mechanism of action, because if you can't make it work in a defined population, you won't make it work in a broader population. And then finally, right commercial, and that's not about is it going to be $1 billion peak year sales revenues medicine, it's about why would anyone want to reimburse or pay for that medicine? Is it going to be differentiated to standard of care? Will a physician want to prescribe it? Will a patient want to take it? So these 5 things are the core fundamentals when we start research and move things ultimately, hopefully, into the clinic. These are the 5 fundamental factors that we consider when we review our programs. And what you can see, going back to the graph now, is what's happened to our success rates. So industry from 2005 to 2010, as I said, was 4% success rate. It's actually moved up to a 6% success rate. When you look at the green bars and the orange bars, you can see what's happened to us as we've started to implement our 5R framework. You can see we've gone from around 4% success rate to 19% between 2012 and 2016. And actually more recently now we're above 20% success rates from first in human to launch. So clearly we've improved significantly. It's almost a 6-fold improvement. But even when we're now one of the top performing companies in terms of our productivity, we're still failing almost 80% of the time. So it's still a very, very high risk business with a lot of failure. And so you have to be used to seeing your molecules fail, and you have to dust yourself down, get up again and go again. But as we think about the improvement, if we go to the next slide, we continue to think about what are the reasons why we're failing and what can we do to improve still further. And we're never going to get to 100% success rate. I would never want us to get to 100%. I probably wouldn't even want us to get to 50%. But if we get to 30% success rate, 35%, each one of those percentage improvements has a huge impact on your return on investment in terms of the R&D dollars that you invest. So what are the 4 areas that we're working on now to continue to improve our productivity? The first one, and I think it's the most important one, is continuing to understand disease pathophysiology and what is ultimately driving the diseases that we're interested in working in. As you know, the research and development process is takes a very long time. You can work on a program for 10, 15, 20 years. And probably one of the most important decisions that we make is what target or pathway to work on. And it doesn't matter how good your molecules are. If you're working on the wrong target or pathway, whether it's in cardiovascular disease or schizophrenia or cancer, if you're working on the wrong target, if it's not relevant to the disease you're trying to treat, doesn't matter how good your molecule is, your molecule will fail in the clinic. So target selection and target validation, I think, is one of the most important things that we do. And the stronger that becomes, the higher our probabilities of success as we move into the clinic and into those disease populations. The second thing that we're working on is making sure that our scientists have access to as broad a portfolio of technologies as they can, such that when they identify a target or a pathway they want to work on, they're not restricted by only being able to work on small molecules using chemistry or biologics using antibodies. They can work on gene therapies, cell therapies, oligonucleotides, messenger RNAs, and having access to multiple technology platforms that enables you to pick the best platform for that particular pathway and disease becomes very, very important, because some things are just not amenable to small molecule chemistry or antibody discovery. The third thing we're doing is trying to get smarter at how we run our clinical trials and actually try and predict clinical trial success or activity in the clinic faster and cheaper than we've been able to do it before. And finally, particularly post-pandemic, thinking about how the pandemic has changed how we work and how we can actually change even how we conduct our clinical studies and get our results. And I'll try and cover up some examples of all of these things as I go through the next part of my talk. So first of all, let's talk about target selection and enhancing our understanding of disease. And we're doing this using a number of different ways. But I want to, for those of you that have studied science or medicine over the past 2 decades, and you take yourselves back to when you were studying and when I was a PhD student and doing research, and I think about how many papers I could read in a day or a week, and it was always very, very limited. And you think today about how much data is published every day, how many patents are filed, how many presentations are made at symposia like this, and trying to harness all of that information, much of which is now available, so that your scientists can actually not just access it, but actually interrogate and interpret it in an unbiased way. So what we're trying to do is access all of the world's data and put it into data sets that marries up with our internally generated data, our genomics generated data, our functional genomics data, and we're using these things that are called knowledge graphs, which try and collapse all of this data into a database and enable our scientists to identify new nodes or areas of interest, many times which are unprecedented in terms of a relationship to the disease that we're trying to treat. So really trying to move into new areas of biology. We then, when we come up with these hypotheses using this unbiased approach, put them into functional genomics assays, we do in vitro screening, then we go into animal models, and then we select the target. But this process of being able to use not just our internal data, but the world's data, coupled with all of the different omics that we do and actually others do, is becoming quite important in identifying completely new areas of biology, which I think have got better validation, I hope, better genetic validation, and therefore will improve our success rates as we move into the clinic. The second piece, which is important, which is on the next slide, is that, and I mentioned earlier, is having access to multiple platforms. And on this slide, what you can see is the variety of platforms we've been building over the past decade. You can see small molecules and monoclonal antibodies and therapeutic proteins there on the top left. These are traditional drug discovery platforms that pharmaceutical companies and biotechnology companies have been using for many years. But actually, there are now new versions of antibodies, antibody drug conjugates, bispecific antibodies, antibody fragments. There are viral and cell-based therapies. There are a multitude of oligonucleotide therapies, whether they be siRNA, antisense oligonucleotide, or messenger RNA. And who would have heard of messenger RNA therapeutics 3 or 4 years ago? And what the impact those have had with COVID vaccines, for example. But these technologies are going to transform how we're able to do drug discovery. And countries and companies need to have access to these platforms, whether it's manufacturing or just that their scientists can access them. Because as we come up with new biologies and new targets, as I said, many of the things that we're coming up with are not amenable now to traditional small molecule chemistry or antibody or protein-based therapeutics. You need to use gene editing, or you need to use antisense oligonucleotide, or you need to use Fab fragments or antibody drug conjugates. So all of these approaches here that I've got on this slide are available to our scientists in AstraZeneca, and we've enabled our scientists to become untethered in terms of what biology they can prosecute, because we really want them to be able to go after any particular target or pathway by the most appropriate means for that target and pathway and for that disease. Now let me show you an example of what I think is quite a novel program on the next slide. Cell therapy, as you know, has made dramatic advances in oncology research, particularly with CAR T therapies and therapies that treat hematological cancers. What we're trying to do in the cardiovascular space, and in this space actually it's in heart failure and ischemic attack, heart attacks, is we're trying to replace and regenerate damaged cardiomyocytes. And when you have a heart attack, up to 1 billion cardiomyocytes are lost as a process of that ischemic attack. And what we're trying to do here is replace those damaged cardiomyocytes with new cardiac cells that we actually inject directly into that injured heart. And the way that we do this is we take embryonic stem cells and we differentiate them into human ventricular progenitor cells, which are highly pure and highly differentiated. And those cells are directly implanted into the hearts of animals to begin with, and we're hoping we're going to be in human beings towards the end of this year, early next year. And I'm just going to show you some of that data here on this slide. On the left-hand side, you can see some experiments from rodents where we inject these cells into the hearts of animals that have had an ischemic attack or cardiac damage in their hearts. And what you can see is the animals that have had these human ventricular progenitor cells injected directly into their hearts have a greatly increased, significantly increased ejection fraction. So their heart is pumping out more efficiently blood and therefore working more effectively. And of course, if you could do that in a human being, that would be a very dramatic improvement in both outcome, but also hopefully symptoms and performance of the patient. In the middle panel, and this is one of the big challenges that people have with cell therapies in cardiac regeneration, and we're very excited to see this data, is showing the long-term engraftment of these cells in the cardiac tissue. And this isn't a pig study, so this is a larger animal with a beating heart that is more relevant to a human than, let's say, a small animal, mouse or rat. But what you can see, again, in the little purple dots there where the arrows are, is you can see that these cells have engrafted into the cardiac tissue. And what we've also seen is that they stay engrafted and functional for prolonged periods of time, for months, not weeks, which is, again, very exciting. And then on the very right-hand side, you can see how these human ventricular progenitor cells, this is an in vitro experiment using monkey heart slices. You can see how these cells naturally migrate to the area of tissue damage or injury because of the chemotaxis. And so we're able, once we inject these cells and someone's had a heart attack, you're able to actually, the cells naturally migrate to the area of damage and then engraft there. So that is also something that we're very excited about and I think is very positive in terms of the treatment approach. So as I said, this particular therapy will hopefully be starting clinical studies towards the end of this year, early next year. It's a very, very novel program working with Ken Chen from Karolinska and a small company in Sweden called Procella. And as I said, this will be direct injections into the heart in people that have had an ischemic cardiac injury to see if we can replace their lost cardiomyocytes. Now, I know you're very interested in gene editing and gene therapies, and so I'm going to show you some of the work we're doing in this space. I'll just show you one example. This is a very challenging area, but I think it has made great strides over the past decade. And if we can move to the next slide, please, I'll tell you about one of the programs that we have, which is targeting familial hypercholesterolemia. This is a very rare disease. It's about 1 in 150,000 people, and mutations in the LDL receptor mean that individuals can't process LDL properly in their livers. As a consequence, they have very, very high LDL levels, and they tend to die of cardiovascular disease and complications from cardiovascular disease before the age of 30. Now, there isn't a single common mutation that's associated with this disease. There are multiple mutations, actually over 1,300 mutations, that are known to impact the function of this LDL receptor gene. And so correcting this at an individual level is quite challenging. So what we're trying to do is actually replace the mutated gene with the correct gene using gene editing. And the way that we're doing this is by using two constructs. One is an LNP, a lipid nanoparticle containing the CRISPR-Cas9 with a guide RNA that targets the CRISPR-Cas9 to the LDL receptor locus, and then an additional AAV that expresses a correct copy of the LDL receptor gene containing the exons that you can see there, 2, 3, and 4, such that you now express a functioning LDL receptor in your liver cells versus a non-functional receptor in vivo as well. And this is a mouse experiment, and if you concentrate on mouse 2 and 3, or columns 2 and 3, you can see that we're able to introduce now the humanized LDL receptor in rows 2 and 3. The mouse gene has been knocked out, and we can see very good, again, correction in these animals, which is, again, very encouraging that we're able to get a functional. Is try and create these registries of patients that we can access that will enable us to recruit our studies more quickly, but also conduct the studies in a way where the per patient cost is lower, the patient burden is lower, and the investigator burden is also lower as well. So with that, I hope I've given you a sense of the types of things we're trying to do to improve our productivity and continue the journey that we're on to go from 4% success rates to over 20% success rates to hopefully one day maybe 30% success rates. And with that, I'll open it up for questions if there are any. Thank you very much indeed. You go to the next slide as well.
Thank you, Sir Minilas, for an interesting presentation. It seems R&D reinventing innovation to become future-ready in the strategic field of biotechnology. From R&D productivity to the power of partnerships, our next session will discuss in depth the global participation or partnerships for medical biotechnology challenges and opportunities. To start, it's my pleasure to welcome the co-chairs of this session, Engineer Nizar Al-Hariri, Senior Advisor to the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, and Dr. Klaus Klenfield, CEO and Chairman, Constellation Acquisition Corporation USA. The floor is yours. Sorry.
Say it. You can start presenting the first guest.
Well, very good. Very good. Thank you very much for joining us here. The Global Partnership for Medical Biotechnology. This is what this panel is going to talk about. And we have four formidable, participants, and also thank you, Nizar, to be the co-chair. Really looking forward to this, and we hope to have this as a lively conversation. We would start off, with Mr. Yeon An, the CEO and President of SK Bioscience, and SK Bioscience is a Korean company, for those who don't know this, and has an amazing track record. They have just recently expanded very strongly in the CDMO sector. Actually, the CMO sector, and you're developing the D sector more. You've worked for AstraZeneca, Novavax. You've also developed, and you want to talk about it, I assume. Developed and supplied the first Korean COVID vaccine. And you have a wonderful background, an MBA from Chicago, and a degree also from Yonsei University in Korea. So the floor is yours, Mr. Dan.
All right.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Klaus. Thank you very much for the very kind introducing myself. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jae-yong An, CEO of SK Bioscience in South Korea. Okay, here goes my slide. I'd like to start my presentation by introducing SK Group, which SK Biosciences belong to, very briefly. SK Group is the second largest company in South Korea and Fortune 500 ranking 117. They want to focus on major four areas, if you see the below left-hand side. One of them is biopharmaceuticals. SK Bioscience is vaccine-oriented, dedicated company across the R&D, process development, manufacturing, and commercialization. SK Bioscience has the largest vaccine R&D center in Seoul, and also state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in South Korea. The annual capacity is around 500 million doses per year. In this valuable opportunity, I'd like to share a very invaluable lessons learned from COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, I'd like to talk about the power of global partnership. During the COVID-19 pandemic, SK Bioscience has successfully developed Korea homegrown COVID-19 vaccine with the very close collaboration and partnership such as Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, CEPI, and University of Washington, GSK, International Vaccine Institute, Korean government strong support, etc. Even though it's a little bit late, still meaningful, I believe, because we are in facing endemic after pandemic. I'd like to talk about CDMO service SK Bioscience successfully done. SK Bioscience has successfully implemented so-called CDMO service for AstraZeneca, and also it has been doing very nice service for Novavax at this moment. Approximately as of today, couple of 100 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine was provided for global human beings as well as Korean people. Many scientists are saying that there are high probability of next pandemic possibility. The future risk is already now. Having that in mind, I'd like to suggest one small but very impactful idea to protect human beings from the next possible pandemic, which is establishing regional joint venture in vaccine. The model is very simple, but it's very powerful, I believe. If you see the left-hand side, regional JV, it should be led by very committed government like Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Also, they have to have reliable vaccine company who is willing to transfer its existing and future innovative vaccine technology. With this regional joint venture, probably next pandemic, we should do better. But the more important thing, in order to successfully doing pandemic preparation, I'd like to emphasize on the importance of peacetime activity. That joint venture has to have sustainability in peacetime, providing needed vaccine for the region, not just for a single country. With this regional joint venture, if you see the right-hand side, very clear three major benefits. We can increase national healthcare security. Also, we can have a chance to boom up vaccine and bio industry, and also, obviously, we can contribute for the public health. I'd like to finish my brief presentation by sharing SK Bioscience mission and vision there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. An. Very informative, and we look forward to see this great company contributing to the global system and also to Saudi Arabia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next esteemed guest, Dr. Sayed Francis, who is the Senior Vice President and Head of Business Development and Corporate Strategy in Moderna. And he has a bachelor degree and a master's from MIT and also a high degree from Harvard Business School. So welcome him to the stage, please.
Thank you, Engineer Nizar, for the kind introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be here in Riyadh amongst the leaders in the region to talk about a topic that's very dear to me, which is the role of partnerships in advancing novel medicines. And Dr. Howdy made me promise to stay within 5 minutes, so I will do my best to stay within that allowed time. But my plan for the next few minutes is really to focus on sharing with you some concepts, specific concepts from Moderna's journey and our ability to build what is today probably the most promising novel drug modality in the industry. I'll do that by first, if you allow me to step back and look at the overall, I would say, biotech industry, and then I'll talk about specifics of Moderna. Yep. Okay, perfect. So Moderna, since its founding, has been very much focused on transforming mRNA into a whole new class of medicines. Our journey really required very specific strategy that has at the center of it partnerships. If you follow our history, you see that partnerships was very core to everything we've done. And that's some of the insights I would like to share with you today in the few minutes now and as well as on the panel. If you step back and look at the biotech industry as it stands today, over the last 10 years, there has been essentially an explosion in this industry when it comes to number of companies. Hundreds of companies were formed where there were essentially underlying technologies, platforms, product engines that are promising patients better outcomes. Now, in this revolution that we witness in the biotech industry, whether it's in the US or Europe or elsewhere around the world, in Asia, there's been the same recipe that made the companies that essentially are succeeding versus the companies that are stagnating. So we can ultimately reduce the first principles of what a successful biotech is to 3 enablers. And you can see them depicted in here. One, you need to have the right science and technology. That's essentially underlying your promise to patients. Secondly, you need to have the right people. And it's not just about finding, the energy and whatnot. It's finding experts and being able to bring those experts in-house. And it's kind of naive to think that you can find everyone within your company. So even today in the clusters, there's actually scarcity of talent. And lastly, you have to have enough capital. One of the key important things is to never run out of money in this industry. And this is an industry where for a very long time, you're burning capital. So one thing that we always say in Kendall Square, where essentially Moderna is headquartered, is we cannot assume that within the walls of one company, you will be able to do the best science on every aspect of your technology. You will have every single experts for every aspect of the company that you need, and essentially figure out to only rely on capital markets, whether it's private equity or public markets, but through IPO, to essentially sustain that level of investment that's required to bring these novel medicines. Novel medicine is becoming more complex, but also the promise is high. So it's high complexity, high promise. Okay. And if you look at the drug development cycle today, it's actually lengthy, and it's expensive, and it's risky. So it's important for any company, especially the early stage ones, to always think about, do I have the right enablers to get through this journey? Do I have the right, essentially, infrastructure and assets to be able to deliver on these 3 core components that we simplified it to? And what partnerships do, they play a critical role in being able to help making sure every company has these enablers, right? Think of the 4 risks that we, Moderna, has always said have been facing. First is technology risk. Well, partnerships can allow you to expand your technology toolbox, thereby buying down some of that risk. Through partnerships, you can also find partners that can help you de-risk targets. So when we're doing drug development, you find the target and you want to understand the biology in it. So through finding the right partner, you can have essentially a better management of your biology risk. You can also augment your reach as a company. Most biotechs are, sub 100 people. They eventually, before, in the early stages, they get to 200, 300. 200 people cannot essentially execute everything. So you really need to expand your reach. And the way you do that and you get better sophistication executions is by finding the right partners around that and building an ecosystem around you. If you stick within your walls, you may not be able to have the right capabilities. And lastly, it's about finding novel sources of funding. You cannot just essentially rely on the capital markets. We've seen cycles. 10 years ago, people were saying the venture industry was broken. And then we saw a boom. But then public markets became available, and everyone saw the biotech public market is going to continue going this way. And the last 12 months, we're seeing it turned around. As a company, you need to always be ready to figure out how do you access novel sources of capital beyond the public markets and private markets. So biopharma pool is very important for biotechs. Government grants is very important to biotechs. Same with the NGOs, where they are very mission-driven and have the grants they can provide to these companies. Now, to stay within the 5 minutes, I'm going to jump straight to the Moderna, the Moderna experience. And I've been with the company for 10 years, and I had one mandate as corporate development, which is build an ecosystem that can really give us access to the right partners who can help us through this journey throughout all its phases. And it's important to focus on all the phases, because every phase requires different types of capabilities. We went from an R&D company to a commercial company in less than 12 months. This was something that we thought is a 5-year journey, right? So how do you get to that scale? It's essentially by figuring out how to partner up on it. And through the flywheel you see on the slide, I just want to touch up on a couple of those. So pharma and biotech, which is a core partner for small stage company as they're emerging. If you think of what essentially those productive partnerships, and it's important to talk about win-wins and productive partnerships. What we were able to achieve, for instance, with our partner Vertex, and just in the last month, we announced that we started dosing in patients in cystic fibrosis, the first mRNA inhaled product. With our partner Merck in oncology, we announced that we're starting a phase 3 for our personalized cancer vaccine after Moderna disclosed the data in December that's from its phase 2. So those productive partnerships essentially are driving a lot of value for both parties. And that's very important as you think of the creation of such partnerships. Along the way, I can spend hours. This is a topic I would love to spend hours on. But on the CMO-CRO side, for example, as I mentioned, we went from R&D to commercial within a 12 months window. We were able to find partners ex-US, for instance, Lonza and Rovi, to be able to access capacity that wasn't available to us. And that's how we're able to fight the pandemic globally, by actually having a partner ex-US to be able to do that. If you think of NGOs, I know CEPI and IAVI are very known entities here in the kingdom, and those have been our partners for the last 10 years in our journey to develop vaccines. And those strong partnerships are the ones that essentially are helping think about what could be that next disease X that could emerge, and we continue working productively with them. Of course, academic and medical centers, that's where innovation is really coming from. And today we're very excited about what you heard earlier today. We announced a partnership with Kmark around essentially executing on clinical studies in rare diseases, as well as doing preclinical research in infectious diseases as well as rare diseases. So this is just the beginning of hopefully a long-term relationship where we will be able to actually bring our mRNA technology in the hands of principal investigators in the kingdom to work with us on such programs. And lastly, and it's been our focus for the last 18 months, which is partnering with governments. If you think of what happened after the pandemic, over the last essentially in 2022, Australia, Canada, and US, forward-looking governments that really want to not go back into what they faced in the pandemic, we entered with them long-term partnerships where we're essentially working together on health security for their broader population, as well as pandemic resilience. A topic very dear to Moderna that we are working on to essentially allow governments and sovereigns to be able to control within their territory how to fight pandemics. So a lot of aspects there, as you can see, and all these partnerships happen over 10 years, not all at once. But it's really about always thinking about, can I do it alone, or can I find a partner who we can do it together better? And that's been a core principle in our model. So with that, I'll just wrap up because I know I violated the 5 minutes rule. So thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you, Saeed.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you get this microphone on? 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, now you can hear me. Okay. Thank you very much. Very interesting, very interesting. I think we'll have more about this. So now we're switching gear. Number one is we should get on the screen now Dr. Harold Ott. Is Harold there? Harold, where are you?
I'm here.
Fantastic. There he is. Okay. In his full beauty, but only virtual. So what can we do? Next time you have to be physically here, you know, then we can see you in complete fullness. So Dr. Ott, the director of the Center for Organ Engineering, the founder also and CEO of Eviva Medical in the US. He's a thoracic surgeon. He's a professor of surgery at Harvard Medical School. And he's known for something that many of you might really be very interested in. Because this man claims that he is on a good path to make organs artificially engineered and creating functioning organs, organ constructs they call it. That sounds to me like a little bit careful. So we are looking forward to hear more about engineering organs on demand. How close are we in 2023? Big relevance, I think, for every one of us, a big hope. So take it on, Harold.
Yeah, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Dr. Kleinfeld, Engineer Hariri, and Dr. Hawoodi. Thanks so much for allowing me to talk about this topic that's very close to my heart. And take everything with a grain of salt, as you just heard. So this is early stage. You've heard from a giant in pharma and research, AstraZeneca, and then from Dr. Ahn, SK Bioscience, obviously a smaller giant, and Moderna, a yet more recent giant. And now you're hearing from a very, very small company from the Harvard NGP ecosystem. Next slide, please.
شريحة التالي رجاء. الصوت ضعيف مرة.
So, please click through so that the text appears. What we see in medicine is really an advancement of care of communicable diseases, thanks to the progress that you've just heard. we're better at surviving acute conditions, and we're getting older. And so with that, the likelihood of every one of us sitting in the room developing organ failure is actually up to 20%. So 1 in 5 of all of you, me included, will experience end organ failure that requires replacement. The problem is when you arrive at that point, options are very limited. There's organ transplantation, but it's only available to very few, and currently there are really no therapeutics that are able to replace functional organs. Next slide, please. If you look at the next slide, perfect, thank you. If you look at the current forms of treatment, it's really maintenance, and quality of life is terrible. Nothing has changed over the last 60 years. In end-stage renal disease, you're still attached to a machine for 3 hours, 3 times a week. You still need to check your blood sugar and inject insulin, and those are the 2 most common and most costly chronic diseases. That's why we focus on them. As a hemodialysis patient, you cost about $100,000 a year, and you have a yearly mortality of 20%, which means we spend 10% of our healthcare budget on creating a disease in some ways that has the same outcome as lung cancer. That makes for a very good market opportunity globally that's well beyond $100 billion based on the millions of patients that require this sort of treatment or management of these diseases. Next slide, please. What has changed the field dramatically in our perspective has been the evolution of stem cell biology. This is Professor Yamanaka here, who received the Nobel Prize for the development of adult-derived stem cells in 2012, and those are what you see there, heart muscle cells, of which you've heard a little bit earlier, that are beating away, derived from a human's peripheral blood cells. So now we have the building blocks to actually build functional therapeutics to treat chronic disease. Next slide, please. One of those success stories last year, just about 10 years after Yamanaka's Nobel Prize, was the development, the successful treatment of a diabetic patient. This came out of the science of Doug Melton's lab at Harvard University and Howard Hughes. That technology was obviously successfully translated by Semma and then Vertex, and the patient who was dependent on insulin for his entire life is now independent of insulin. Next slide, please. So what we focus on is how to transfer this into to the organ level to treat chronic organ failure. And we build on giants such as Jay Vakianti and Bob Langer in the Boston region that invented this field in the 90s, where the idea is simple, that you combine a matrix scaffold with cells to then assemble organs that can be transplanted. Next slide, please. We're now in the lab able to generate organs on demand. If you jump to the next slide, please. We're able to generate organs on demand where we seed organ scaffolds. In this case, you see small lung scaffolds with adult-derived stem cells, with cells derived from those stem cells to achieve and rebuild organ function. In this case, there's gas exchange happening across these scaffolds. So if you go to the next slide, please. So our vision in this field is to create a biologic cure for organ failure. Obviously, this is still in the research stage, but what you see here is the contrast between a human kidney and the bioartificial kidney. We borrow a lot of inspiration from biologic organs to really derive fully implantable biologic devices that provide a non-tethered form of treatment without a need for vascular access or injections, no extracorporeal medical equipment, no immunosuppression. So from a patient perspective, health is repaired and reestablished, and you have improved quality of life and survival. Next slide, please. With this method, we aim to create patient-friendly, cost-effective, and safe solutions for chronic diseases such as end-stage renal disease and insulin-dependent diabetes, and eliminate dialysis and insulin injections. And our technology at the same time provides a platform for vascularized cellular therapeutics across many applications. Next slide, please. What's unique to regenerative medicine and organ engineering is that distributed manufacturing is one essential component. So very similar to transplant organs, you can't just ship an engineered kidney from Australia to the United States and vice versa. You need engineering and manufacturing facilities that are within a 6-hour travel range of the planned application or the hospital where this gets implanted, and therefore you have to rely on distributed manufacturing. So next slide, please. So with that, we're hopefully working together towards a future where hemodialysis and insulin injections are a short-term bridge, not a destination. So there is a cure for chronic diseases, and I'm excited to explore partnerships with your stakeholders to discuss this further. Thank you very much.
Super, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rad, for a very comprehensive presentation and informative. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Dr. Manal Al-Amri. She's the Head Development of Medicine and the Chairman of KMARC. So please welcome her to the stage.
So good afternoon, everyone. So the total of my talk today is innovation and partnership. The table of content is going to be, I'll focus on innovation system in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then I'll give an overview about KMARC, and then I'll move and zoom in into innovation services that we offer at KMARC. I will end the talk, since we are actually in the session of partnership, focusing on some of our partnership agreements. So I'm sure that you all heard these great news. We are proud that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia ranked the first in the Arab world on Nature Index, and we are ranked the 30th globally. In addition, 60-40% of research output of the 17 Arab world actually is produced by Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia rank in the Arab countries the first in chemistry, biochemistry, and genetics, and many other disciplines. As you can see, that Saudi Arabia is actually the knowledge creator in the region. This is actually an innovation system. What is an innovation system? An innovation system has an input, an engine, and an output, as you can see. So the input includes enablers. I will not go into details because of time limitation. And the engine includes activities, assets such as human capital, infrastructure, and the actors can be either from public realm, such as universities and research centers, or can be from private realm, such as SABIC. And of course, on top of this, there is a strategy, and you expect an impact on a national level. So where's KMARC in this innovation system? KMARC is actually an engine. It's part of the engine, as you can see. It's an important player in the innovation system. And KMARC contributed really to this engine by developing, and what's unique really about KMARC, that we developed the full pipeline, the research, development, and innovation. Now, what did KMARC contribute to research? As you can see, these are some examples. We have focus on infectious disease, drug discovery, neuroscience, genetics and genomics. And regarding development, we have our own clinical trial unit, where we are the only one in the kingdom who created the phase 1 clinical trial. We have the vaccine unit as well, animal studies, and of course, we're focusing now on product development. Regarding innovation and commercialization, we have our own TTTO office, Entrepreneurship Center, in collaboration with the university, and we also have our own biotech park. Now, some of our outputs, we have almost 2,000 articles in 2021 published, over 600 clinical trials, and over 44 patents. Now, I will move to the innovation services that KMARC actually provide. So, as I said, we have our technology transfer office. We also have the Entrepreneurship Center and the Biotech Park. And since we have really the full system, we were able to create patents, which is potential products, and of course, provide services. Now, this is the classifications of our patents, as you can see, and it's expected that we have most of our patents in the red biotechnology. Next is gold biotechnology with 18%, and 7% in the green biotechnology and white biotechnology. And the categories over 67% were devices, and 21% drug discovery, 12% diagnostics. And this is actually also expected because most of our patents, they're sophisticated, created by physicians and surgeons and scientists who were really great inventors. And these are some examples of our potential products. Now, regarding the human capital, so we have over 12,000 students, over 1,000 scientists and faculty, and over 5,000 physicians in our institution. And we went and create our own biotechnology park, and this is actually led by Dr. Abdulali Al-Hawdi. If you have any questions, you can approach him. He's really friendly, and he's sitting in the front, as you can see. We really provide state-of-art laboratories in the biotech. We incubated some of important projects. One of them is bioequivalence and UFC biotech. Now I'll move and talk a little bit about the partnership. We actually created partnership through the innovation pipeline, research, development, and innovation. We have over 1,000 contract and agreements, as you can see. We have great national and local partners. Some of these partners, as an example, SABIC, NIDLIB, Ministry of Health, Mudun, and SAMI, and many others. This is just a short list as an example. And we also have a big list of international partners, as you can see. And I'm sure you attended the morning or the afternoon session where we had signed the agreements. And these are some of our international partners. AstraZeneca, where we are planning to develop gene therapy and artificial intelligence projects. Pfizer for vaccine research and development and manufacturing. Moderna for vaccine research and development infrastructure. And we also have Easy Care Tech for digital health solutions. Now, what do we offer our partners? We offer them access to specialized hospitals around the kingdom, and this is really unique since we have different sites around the kingdom. We also offer them access to clinical trials around the kingdom. We know the current state of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia currently host only 3% of total clinical trials conducted in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia consume only half percent of the global pharmaceutical market, but contribute only 0.2%. Saudi Arabia holds 15 clinical trials per million, and we hope to increase this number. Saudi Arabia aims to increase the number of clinical trials from 6 per 1,000 doctors to 100. And therefore, we also created the National Command Center, KMARC, for clinical trial. Is expected to reach 10,000 patients in the next 5 years, create 4,000 new jobs, generate 4 billion Saudi riyals. Sorry for the typo. We also offer our partners access to flagship projects, such as pharmaceutical and biotechnology, bioequivalence, national biobank, stem cell registry biobank, core deployed biobank. This is my last slide, just to stick to time. We also offer shared equipment. We offer state-of-art facilities, also dedicated biobanking facilities, share office spaces, and dedicated spaces for startups. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manar. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very
Klaus.
much. Yeah, so can we get the microphone back on, please? Is it on? Seems to be No, no. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that works. Okay. So, Dr. Yeon, so you talked about what's the learning for the next pandemic, and you made that relatively clear. To me, it's like, when I look back, it feels like it's been a hot and cold bath, Some things have been awful, and some things have been miraculous, in my view. When I had the opportunity to talk to some folks in the US and also in Europe, and when I look into what has happened there, the speed in which a vaccine has been invented, and obviously Moderna is, as you debate, more than ever part of that miracle, was miraculous in my view. And then when I looked at the US, then obviously tools like the National Defense Act have helped, to convince some competitors, to give up manufacturing capability, and let Pfizer in this case, or also Moderna, produce in these facilities, And then I also understand that the US military, everybody who's been part of it says, if it hadn't been for the US military, the US would not have been able to achieve it. And when you ask, they say, well, things like, procuring the machinery, knowing what the right tools are, bringing them to the places, the ingredients, dominating the ingredient world, and then rolling it out with cooling structures, airlifting it, and then the last mile again was private in the US. So, but that's a story, that's the nice part. The cold part, however, you don't have to go far. You don't have to go very far. You see that a lot of things have gone wrong, have gone awfully wrong. So what is it? If you think about what could be learned from it, and I guess from your talk that you are quite convinced that there will be new pandemics, and this will just be a good learning, and we should not forget about it. So what is it? And specifically, is there a role, what many people here in the kingdom ask themselves, is there a role for the kingdom? Could the kingdom be a regional hub? Would that help? Or would there be distributed manufacturing, those type of ideas? What's your thought on this, having lived through it?
Okay, thank you very much raising that kind of very important question to me. I think there are very obvious two things. The first thing is many scientists are saying that high possibility of next pandemic. And second thing is we should do better in next possible pandemic. So having that in mind, I think we have to improve the accessibility of vaccine, equitable distribution and vaccination. That's the most important part we have to improve. So in order to do that, in my earlier presentation, I suggest establishing regional joint venture. I'm not saying single country's manufacturing facility. Rather than that, I'd like to emphasize on the importance of regional vaccine manufacturing facility. What is the benefit of regional vaccine manufacturing facility? It provides a lot of benefit. One thing, in terms of scale, a lot of benefit. Second thing, agility, based upon the economy of scale. Third, we can seek for operational excellence. Fourth, we can educate needed people. All of them are related to the regional vaccine manufacturing facilities advantage. So, having that, there is a very interesting number and statistics in COVID-19. From the outbreak of COVID-19, for 1 year, vaccination rate, in a country who has its own manufacturing facility versus vaccination rate which doesn't have its own vaccine manufacturing facility for 1 year from the outbreak, 20 times higher than this area, meaning a lot of difference. So, in order to improve the public health, we have to establish regional joint venture for next pandemic. Again, in order to do that, I emphasize on the importance of peacetime activity. For example, in this MENA area, it has its own tropical disease, infectious disease like a MERS. So, in MENA, there are a lot of needs to develop needed vaccine like a MERS. So, with this regional a vaccine manufacturing facility. Also, we can serve for the public health in peacetime also. So I strongly believe that establishing regional joint venture is a very meaningful way we have to do to prepare next pandemic.
And that, I like the example on Maersk. You know, I like it a lot because, and that's more a question, does that mean that you don't just see manufacturing as, that manufacturing, you made the point very clear. I mean, anybody who has a hub, you know, will be faster, makes total sense, will have the materials there, you know, and can roll it out, you know, so once they have the code, so to say, you know. But are you also saying that there is a role on the development side because of a specific, with your example?
Absolutely. Yes, you know, thanks again for a very important question. I'm going to give you one very important example. SK Bioscience is currently developing so-called universal coronavirus vaccine. Includes SARS-CoV-2, MERS, etc. In Korea's SK's own R&D center, with the collaboration of Gates Foundation and CEPI. This is another good example of how important partnership and collaboration is. Developing needed vaccine in certain, you know, area, and then regional joint venture, you know, it can invite, you know, import, you know, transfer the needed vaccine to produce needed vaccine. I like that. Again, this is the matter of partnership globally.
No, that's interesting, and I know, Nizar, you've been in it, and you've been preaching exactly that song for quite a while here, so this must be completely symphonic music to your ears, you know, so.
Exactly, I'm very happy to have this great panel and this event, especially because it's coming on the very right time. And if we go to our next guest, Dr. Sayed Francis, who comes today with the technology that was inspiring to the entire world, and as His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Falih said, even our kids were YouTubing mRNA and starting to talk about it versus the conventional technologies or vaccines. And hence, Dr. Sayed, we're being today in this vibrant, if I can say, times, and especially in Saudi Arabia, as you are well aware, coming now to the point that we want to create resilience, we want to create our own sustainability, if I can say, capabilities. What is your opinion about the best way to actually develop a biotech in the country, and would be the clusters is one of those options to us?
Yep. No. Thanks for the great question. In terms of the cluster, if we start there, I think it's important to realize that first you need the vision, and one thing that I definitely picked up over the last, frankly, 12 months since my visit last year is the vision is there. And what we're seeing very quickly is the execution on the vision. And what typically happened in other jurisdictions is there's a set vision, but the governance is not happening. And some of the examples we saw on the ministerial panel, they pointed to very specific initiatives, which is really turning that vision into a governance model that allows for initiatives that will essentially allow for that local resilience and creating that biotech hub here. And in my presentation, I tried to touch upon a few components, what makes a company, a single biotech, successful. Now, if you're asking about a cluster, what makes a cluster successful? And therefore, some of the initiatives the government has to put forward, which we're already seeing a lot of signs of, and your presentation was very insightful to understand that already the software required is there, the publication, the talent, you see it, it's already here. It's about how the government can provide the right infrastructure, the right services to enable those single companies, you know, to be able to do the right science and have the right people. Well, you need the universities that generate the principal investigators, and you need the services lab that can process and do the work for some of those scientists that not everything is going to happen within their labs. I think that's one thing where part of essentially the roadmap, and it's not a 2-year thing. It's going to be, you have to have a very long view, is to essentially say we're going to bring the right components, not just doing, as Dr. Audi said in his presentation, publications, turning that into discovery capabilities where you had 12% around discovery. How can you turn that to 50%? To do that, you need CROs locally, right? You need to give your software, your people, the engine so they can push further discoveries here, so you can really build those companies around them, right? And that's all happening organically. Now, if you invite, I would say, multinationals to come on board as well through partnerships, whether it's at the academic level or with these companies being formed, you can at that point start creating those therapeutics engines in the kingdom. And therefore they can respond faster to local constraints, such that you can have local resiliency, not just on capacity, but also on the content, on the therapeutics. So you can become resilient on capacity by onshoring technology, but then you need to be also resilient on R&D. And I think that's part of the long-term vision that you have, which really requires a lot of initiatives to get there.
Well, this brings me to another topic that was very interesting when I was speaking to one of your delegates yesterday about looking at Moderna as the Tesla of the new innovative vaccines, not only for COVID, but also for anti-cancer vaccines, etc. And the ability of actually being so agile to move this technology, not only for what we see today, but also for the future. Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, happy to. I mean, part of we call it our high throughput engine, discovery engines. Our manufacturing process at all scales had been reduced to essentially be very reproducible program to program. So what we're doing right now, we launched an initiative called mRNA Access, where the idea is to partner with principal investigators so they can essentially work with us. We provide them with the best quality mRNA for them to do the right research. So we need the biology experts to give them the tools, empower them with these tools to be able to do such research. And that's part of the relationship we set up with Kmart. And the reason it's so unique is because over the last 12 years we've been investing into how do you reduce it from a manufacturing perspective, how do you make sure that robustness in making two different things, two different products, you're getting high quality product. That's something that's not necessarily yet there in the industry, and that it's been one of the I would say high differentiators of Moderna. So if you look at our productivity, and we went from having 24 candidates in 2020 in our pipeline, today we're at 48. Look at just our own productivity, and this you can extrapolate further with where we're going to go. And as we do more partnerships with principal investigators, that's only going to increase over time.
Well done, Dr. Klaas.
Yes, very good. I mean, switching gear a little bit, Harold, I have so many questions out of my own interest already, but I'll ask two quick ones and then a longer one. I mean, can you tell us which is the organ that most commonly fails in humans?
So it's probably the heart. You know, chronic diseases affect millions of patients suffering from heart failure, end-stage lung disease, and end-stage renal disease. And it depends a little bit on how you define organ failure. You know, when does disease end and failure begin in some ways? But those are sort of the major players, with liver coming up.
And which one is the one that you feel is the first organ that you can really replace and kind of artificially manufactured?
So as you might know, I came from heart and lung engineering for the most part in my academic roles. I think that our targets, we chose a target of kidney disease because we see the biggest gap and at the same time the biggest opportunity there, and the disease that's already being managed. So from a development perspective, I think picking end-stage renal disease is smart for many reasons. One, it's a system that already exists. There's a form of therapy and replacement in place in most healthcare systems globally, and there are thousands of patients in that system. So they're already there, they're maintained, and you already spend a fortune literally on providing care for these patients. So it's not adding something adding a drain of resources, but really offering an opportunity to improve our care and at the same time be more effective.
And that's obviously for this region also extremely important. That's why you focused a bit on diabetes, you know, so that gives big hope for the region. So the question to me is, why are you not coming to the kingdom? I mean, and to a larger question, what would it take? I mean, you understand what it takes to build a cluster, you know, is the cluster the right approach, you know? What could we do? I mean, what are the things that you've seen globally working best when you want to build a biotech cluster?
So I think if you look at the Boston ecosystem, for example, having a critical mass of human capital, having a talent pool that you can draw from is really essential. Having that, I think, for looking at this from a startup perspective, enabling that organic growth that you've heard about from Moderna's experience before really requires you to pick and choose, and at the same time also provide an ecosystem that is attractive for talent to come and join you. That I think is essential. I think in some ways trying to reduce uncertainty is what, in my opinion, uncertainty limits innovation, uncertainty limits people's career moves and their ability to make a leap, basically, take risky steps to try to join something that is a little bit more out there than more conventional, larger research operations. And so providing a safety net and a path and time for these people is essential.
That's fantastic. So I think that we're all looking forward to have you here next year and hear more about how close we are to looking for an artificial kidney or anything coming close to it. You know, Nizar, what do you think?
Hopefully closer.
Well, that's for sure. Yes, Nizar, what do you think?
But with artificial intelligence, you can't tell what's coming in the future.
Yeah,
so
you can just ask the artificial intelligence, you think?
Well, Dr. Al-Amri, you being the chairman of a very important center and organization like Kmark, you have been through some experience about this, if I can say, evolution happening in Saudi Arabia, especially in the biotech. I mean, I remember the days when the vision started in 2016 for the Vision 20. There was a talk about biotech, but it's not near for what we see today in terms of the energy and fostering and enabling all the government and also the private sector to play a very pivotal role in this. But having that experience and being the chairman of Kmark, what do you see as the challenges today that we can prepare from now and able to see the execution part of this vision happening in the next 2 or 3 years to come?
So some of them is really, and I believe the most important one is we're missing the link, the link between the essential elements, which is the government, private sector, and academia. Now we see sometimes two players working together, but we definitely need this triangle. For a biotechnology ecosystem, you definitely need them to work together. This is one aspect. Another one that I can think of is really the talent. We do have, and I showed some maybe from Kmark, and I mentioned that Kmark is part of the engine, but Kmark is only one player out of many players from the public realm. So there's many great players as part of the engine from the public and the private. And we saw the human capital that we have. We were lucky that we have a lot of scientists, a lot of physicians, a lot of students. However, we need special talent for the biotech really ecosystem, and we definitely need to orient our scientists toward industry.
Yes.
So developing new programs is really important to orient them to industry. I don't believe that our scientists understand what does it really mean to bring something from the lab to the market.
Okay.
This is new knowledge, and we need programs to encourage them, to help them. Most of our grants is really focusing on funding really basic science, and there is missing really something in this chain where there is no grants or funds for product development, where you have to develop it to introduce it to the market. So we definitely need to fill that gap and create special fundings for this, for the development. We understand from different countries around the world that this is very difficult. It's really the Dead Valley, and we know that we have to maybe do more and provide our scientists with the education, with the tools, and with funding. In general, to create a biotech ecosystem, we also need funding. that is allocated for biotechnology. In addition, I would end it with definitely also legal system, flexible, and introducing new policies and regulations, focusing on that aspect specifically.
Well, this is something very interesting because what you're saying, Dr. Manal, is actually happening today. If you recall what we have heard from their excellencies today in the morning, starting from the C399 committee that is today holding 13 entities working in harmony under one roof, which presents, in my opinion, the first one-stop shop for this segment. We have also the Authority for Research and Development and Innovation taking place at the same time. Also, with His Royal Highness approval of the National Biotech Strategy, it took place also last year. And you can see also the development happening today in Kmark, in the National Guard, also in King Faisal Hospital. So you can see that really the stars are lining up for this sector to actually foster and become really an economy of its own for Saudi Arabia in the future.
I totally agree. We saw a lot of great things in this conference. We're talking just in general, and we're hoping that we can really provide the concept of biotechnology with more support from different entities around the kingdom.
Dr. Klaus?
Yeah, though I mean, I think our time is almost up, so I have one tiny little question, as a little bit of a benchmark. When was SK Biotech founded? Which year?
Excuse me, I beg your pardon?
SK Biotech, when was it founded?
When was?
When was it started? When did SK start the biotech business?
Thank you very much. SK started its vaccine business, 20 years ago.
20 what?
20 years ago.
22.
20.
2020.
Yeah.
20 years ago.
20 years ago. 20 years ago.
But we established our manufacturing facility and R&D center in 2017. 2007. So it's like 15 years. So having that kind of invaluable experience, SK Bioscience would like to focus on vaccine business. Very committed. So we believe vaccine is very meaningful in social value-wise as well as economic value-wise. So, please give us a lot of encouragement. SK Bioscience would like to focus on vaccine.
And Moderna, you said, was 12 years ago, if I correct?
Yeah, 2010 was the founding.
So I think the reason why I'm asking this is not something where, like a consumer business, where you started today, tomorrow it becomes a fad. I think we have to be realistic. We have to be in it for longer term. But it's a constant build. It's a constant build. And with this, I walk away being very excited about the future here in the kingdom also. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Look forward to see it.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Thank you very much. No, it's not on. Thank you very much to the member of the panel, and I'll be your MC for the rest of the day today. And we will now start the last session of the day, dedicated to investment trends in medical biotechnology. And I will invite to the stage Dr. Marcus Peterson, who will be chairing the session. Dr. Marcus. Or I can just chair it. So while we are waiting to be set up for the next session, we look forward, of course, for your participation in the planned sessions for tomorrow. So please make sure to come a little earlier tomorrow, as we are starting at 8:15 a.m. And the plan is to have really plenty of very exciting sessions covering broad range of medical biotechnology applications and platforms. Hello, here he is, the champion of the last session of the day, Marcus Peterson. All right, I hand it to you to chair one of the greatest sessions of this summit, that is really the investment trends on medical biotechnology. It's on your hands.
Thanks, Abdelali. It's a pleasure and honor to host this last session of the day, Investment Trends in Biotechnology. We heard a lot today on what great advancements here in the kingdom actually have taken place and what is to come. And so therefore I would love to take my distinguished guests in our panel onto the stage. The first being His Excellency Dr. Jo from South Korea, then James Payer, the US, Ms. El Lee from Singapore, Alta Clamp from the US as well, Rock Reeve, and Klaus Keinfeld, whom you know from the last session. So let's basically kick it off with the first discussion item that we have on our agenda, and that would be His Excellency Dr. Jo, as the former Minister of Trade and Industry and Energy from South Korea, a senior advisor to institutions like the Inter-American Development Bank or the World Bank. Looking forward to your speech.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Unlike other speakers, given my background as a former policymaker, I will provide a government perspective to the table. I will focus on how to create a viable ecosystem for biohealth industries from a latecomer government point of view. As you may be aware, the Korean government has been nurturing biohealth industries as one of the next growth engines systematically since 2010s. It has been putting in place a comprehensive ecosystem covering the entire life cycle of biohealth supply chain from R&D to licensing, manufacturing, and market launch. As a result, we achieved a remarkable growth. So it would be interesting to see what has driven such a compressed growth in such a relatively short period of time, and what the Korean government has been doing as a latecomer may have some policy implications for countries aspiring to promote biohealth industries such as the Kingdom. Now, let me elaborate on what it takes to create a viable biohealth ecosystem based on the Korean experiences, especially in terms of why, what, and how the government can do. First on why. The Korean biohealth development is largely government-driven. Government-driven development was inevitable to catch up fast as a latecomer, given all enabling conditions and supply chains when are ready. It is faster and often more efficient for the government to supplement missing or insufficient components of enabling conditions, such as R&D, workforce, financing, bioclusters, and more importantly, to coordinate existing or emerging elements, such as strengthening the government, industry, academic, and hospital collaborations. The government can play a larger role as an enabler and coordinator, especially at the early stage of development. Now let me move on to my second point, which is how the government can do. In building an enabling system, given limited resources facing many emerging and developing countries, latecomer governments have to take a focused, holistic, and long-term approach. Before delving into that, I want to stress that competitive market building is a necessary condition for a thriving biohealth industries, because competitiveness comes only from competition. We open the market, which forced our pharmaceutical companies to develop new drugs and go abroad as a matter of survival. In building enabling conditions, we took a focused approach, which is select and concentrate. We identified niche areas such as vaccine, biosimilars, digital medical devices, and clinical trials, and concentrate all government support on them. And then, for example, my ministry's Next Growth Engine SMART project, which targeted R&D on biosimilars in the commercialization stage, led Samsung and Celltrion to enter biosimilars. Through the project, Samsung discovered that sophisticated manufacturing process and strict hygienic management was very similar to its chip making, and secured the dominant position in biosimilars using its chip manufacturing know-how and experience in relatively short period of time, which is only half the time the advanced countries took. Secondly, holistic approach is very important. There are many ministries involved in biohealth development in the government. Ministry of Health and FDA are in charge of regulation, Ministry of Science and Technology, overall R&D, Ministry of Education, Manpower, and my ministry, Biotech, Industrial Development and R&D. We all formulated and implemented various biohealth innovation strategies together with a clear division of labor. Finally, long-term perspective. Biohealth, especially biohealth ecosystem building, is a long-term game. It took almost 30 years for us to localize production and improve qualities, and another 10 years to start developing new drugs. 40 years up until new drug development. So be patient. I'll skip this. My last point is what it takes to create a biohealth industry. I think there are 5 key areas of improvement. Number 1, regulation. Number 2, R&D. Number 3, workforce. Number 4, infrastructure. And finally, global alliance. These are the pain points experienced by private investors, and we have taken on these 5 pain points to create viable enabling conditions for biohealth industries. First, regulation. Globally compatible regulatory and approval licensing system is the most critical. There is growing mismatch between the speed of technology and product development and regulatory and licensing process. Regulatory regime should at least keep pace with technology development speed. So, adopting global standards and benchmarking the best licensing practices of advanced countries while strengthening the expertise of regulatory authorities by beefing up budget and personnel is crucial. We have been streamlining approval procedures for new innovative drugs and AI and digitally enabled medical devices. For example, we reduced the approval time required for AI-enabled medical device from 390 to 80 days by consolidating screening components in a licensing process. For example, conducting innovativeness and safety screening concurrently. And also introducing regulatory sandbox and regulation-free zones to fast-track files and approvals may be an option. And secondly, increase strategic biohealth R&D and production investment, especially in the area of localization support is critical. So we use increased R&D in strategic and niche areas, and to resolve the funding issues involving phase 3 clinical trials, we established public-private $1 billion K-Bio vaccine fund that will invest in pharmaceutical firms in phase 3 clinical trial, and encourage joint research and strengthen startup support function of bioclusters is also important. So we will establish BioLab benchmarking Boston biocluster in our industry-led Songdo biocluster. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And third, foster biohealth specialized manpower in a demand-driven manner, matching industry-required skills. For example, in order to meet the increasing demand for biopharmaceutical manufacturing process manpower, we create the Korean version of NIVERT, and we create master and PhD level qualified manpower for regulatory science, pharmaceuticals and medical devices through specialized graduate programs or fusion curricula. Increasing R&D has an indirect effect of cultivating PhD and master level manpower because it is they that are working on the bulk of R&D work. And in terms of infrastructure, we are building a national bio big data and the health information database to facilitate the development of personalized biohealth products and services. For example, we are creating 1 million Koreans genome database and health information highway that integrates personal health and medical data stored in national health insurances and the hospitals with consent and with anonymous treatment to protect privacy. These data can be conveyed to third parties beyond doctors for research purposes. And finally, supporting global alliance by strengthening G2G collaborations, especially in the areas of mutual recognition agreement and collaborations with international agencies would be critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joe, for your very comprehensive thoughts on this. And may I ask next to the podium Dr. James Payer. He is CEO and co-founder of Cambrian Bio and former founder and managing partner of Apollo Ventures. Looking forward to.
Great. I think I'll just, okay, mic's working. I think I'll just stay here instead of, throwing eyes all over the place. Because we have 5 minutes. And so in 5 minutes, I want to make 2 quick points. So as Marcus said, my name is James Payer. I'm the head of a biotech company in the US called Cambrian Bio. And so today, before we go into the discussion, I want to just make 2 quick points as we think about how KSA could invest in our biotechnology sector. The first is what, and the second is how. So on the what side, what I'm really interested in is what I think of as the most important medicines of the 21st century, which I think are going to be preventative medicines. Things that can not just treat, but delay or prevent the chronic diseases of aging that are the leading causes of death today. And then the second question is how, because most biotech business models do not do a good job at investing long-term in drugs that could be used preventatively. And so Cambrian is a new type of biotech company that can harvest breakthroughs at universities from all over the world in order to invest long-term in these types of preventative medicines. I'll give a bit of a sense of how we do that. So the first principle here is that most of the biotech ecosystem today is designed to be reactive. We wait for someone to get sick, and then we give them more years as they deal with their sickness. But the future of medicines, I think, is to treat people before they get sick and help them live healthier for longer. And the key academic observation that's led to this opportunity is that damage at the molecular and cellular levels builds up little by little over time before sickness appears. And you can see on this graph that we have a logarithmic increase in the risk of all of the major diseases of aging after people reach about 60. And so the question is, if our understanding of these different diseases, or these different types of damage at the molecular and cellular level are being made at universities all over the world, how do we turn those into drug development programs? And so at Cambrian, the way that we work is we created a single company with a single R&D group to partner with professors from all over the world who have made breakthroughs. And so right now we have 10 different subsidiaries, each partnered with a different university at a different research institute who has made a breakthrough that can be developed into a drug. Across those 10 subsidiaries, we have 16 different drugs in development that I'm not going to go into right now. And then this gets us a bit into the how, right? Because I think that there have been 2 well-trodden models for developing drugs in the biotech ecosystem. One I'm going to call the big pharma model, and the second is the VC-backed biotech company model. Both have strengths, but both have weaknesses that I think this new model that we call a distributed development company helps address. So you need to be able to invest truly for the long term. And one of the challenges of VC is that you want to invest but get the money back in 3 to 5 years, which relies on being able to sell an asset to a larger pharma company. Whereas if you create a company that itself has a widely distributed pipeline, will go public and create a new pharma company, you can invest long term. The reason that VC-backed biotech has been so successful over the past 15 years or so has been that it allows a cultivation of the entrepreneurial spirit, right? If you leave scientists in control of their discovery and let them live or die for their asset as they move a program forward, you get just better outcomes. And if you look at investment returns or the success of drugs, ultimately getting approval, biotechs are outperforming pharma R&D by almost 2 to 1. And so our question is, could we capture both of those things in a new type of biotech company? And I would say 4 years in, we think we've done that. And so last thing that I want to mention that I think is really fascinating, and one of the reasons I'm excited to be here, is that as part of Vision 2030 that the Kingdom has enunciated, there is a focus on preventative medicines that I think makes Saudi Arabia the leader worldwide in putting this as a priority for future medical development. And so I just wanted to highlight this because I think it's such a fascinating opportunity for a very small group of people in the world that are interested in making new types of preventative medicines, that Saudi Arabia has planted a stake in the ground and said, hey, we are going to invest in this for our population. And so very happy to be here.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. And next to our discussion is Ms. Elle Lee. She's co-founder and Chief Operating Officer of the consulting firm Excolo and biotech company Excolo Bio. She's been working with public-private partnerships and global health for more than 15 years now, and we're curious what you brought for today.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus. Hello everyone, my name is Elle Lee. I'm from Singapore, working in the Singapore-based consulting firm called Excolo. Today I'm here to talk about the Strategic Global Alliance in Biotechnology. This is a real story and a realistic story, some feasible things that we can think about for the other part of the world. And it's a story of LMP collaboration. And we've learned a big lesson from COVID-19. And because Excolo was a consulting firm for CEPI, so many of you talked about CEPI before, so it eased me to explain about it. But we had, we did a consulting one from the 2019. So before pandemic, we heard the message from CEPI that when the active respiratory virus could reach all global capitals, it will only take 60 days. And we've seen that it's really happening, and we really bear all the costs together, and the collateral damage is still affecting our everyday life still. And vaccine, we also seen the vaccine nationalism. This is a kind of a bittersweet story that that I have to share, because we've seen the export ban, and when the problem is too huge, they were not able to help the others. And the success story of RNA vaccine is very encouraging, but still the technology is only available in the limited part of the world. And so today I'm going to talk about the LMP collaboration, what's possible, which is a game changer delivery platform, but still the barrier to entry is too high. So I will talk about catching our low-hanging fruits, how to start it. And we've seen how importance of LMP through the pandemic, and there's a Washington Post article sharing about why grandparents can't find vaccine. It's talking about the scarcity of niche biotech ingredient, which is LMP. Why am I talking about it? Because LMP can deliver many different types of vaccine and therapeutics. Not only the mRNA, but many different types of RNA-based vaccine and therapeutics, including the DNA and gene therapy products. So there is already 29 approved drugs, and it's increasing, and it's a little bit more vaccines and the therapeutics are coming, and it's available in the market, but the supplier for LNP is very limited. And as you can see, most of them are located in the western part of the world. So why these things are happening? The thing is that there is a big change happening in pharmaceutical market. Before, you could only deal with the vendors that you know. And you do not have to go to the other vendor. You had no reason to multiply your vendors. But when things happened in COVID-19, we realized that you cannot rely on the one vendor. So the lesson learned from the COVID-19 is do not put eggs in one basket. So that we have to multiply the vendors, and also you have to localize the production. Otherwise, when your house is on fire, they will not gonna help for firefighting for your house. So solution that I would like to suggest is securing a production capacity in the region through the global alliance. But you have to invest in people, technology, and plant. This is very essential, 3 things that you have to do. The global alliance example that I'm introducing is a lipid nanoparticle project. This is, we call it Flexio Bio. The goal is securing LNP production capacity for take caring of RNA, DNA, and gene therapy drug formulation. And this is a 2-factor, the LNP company creation, which is starting from the laboratory level. So this is a preclinical level production line, make it available in your country. And then you can grow it, and you can reach up to the commercial level later. But this is more like a build to buy project. So it's not something that requires a huge investment upfront. And also, you can also do the LNP sales, and it can be a very useful tool for helping your research. And our alliance, we have a team from US who has a 50 LNP tech transfer record, and also working with a Korean company, API company, who has 40 years of production experience for peptide and lipid. And also we're working with the Canadian Biotech in Vancouver, who are willing to build a lipid library. And also engaging with a Swiss engineering firm who can deal with the manufacturing process development. We can get some help on that. So, but beside all of this, the public sector's partnership is very essential, because we need to have somebody who writes the first check, who have to make a decision to do this, the meaningful investment to enhance their biotechnology. So this is my question to audience. Are we ready for next health threats? I think we are living in the climate vulnerable century, and unproblematic disease are now problematic. And we're facing the next pandemic, who knows? And the securing biotechnology can be compared with a defense system, like a building a fortress. You don't build a fortress when your enemy is around. You build a fortress before they come. You do the fortress work in the peaceful time, because you can get the resource easily. You can get help from outside much easier. But when they are in attack, they will not going to help you. So this is the right time, and the peaceful time you have to build your fortress. And the epidemic is actually a biosecurity issue. So like a drill, without drill, no army can fight tonight. So handling the power of biosecurity will not only defeat the future health threats, but also will help your nation to win the medical biotechnology battle. Thank you for listening to this humble speech.
Thank you, Al. Next to the stage would be Mr. Walter Klemp. He's Chairman and CEO of Molecular Biotech, a serial entrepreneur and advisor, amongst others, to the White House. And we're looking forward over to your opening remarks.
Thanks, Marcus. I guess I'm going. Appreciate the introduction. I think the organizers wanted to provide some perspective on the biotech financing market. And unfortunately, I'm the guy that got stuck with delivering the bad news today. I have some background in this. I've been in the biotech industry for 20 years. I've led 4 NASDAQ IPOs. I've raised over $1 billion in development stage funding for my own companies. And as an example, I just sold my last company to AbbVie for $0.6 billion. And if anybody's here from AbbVie, thank you very much. Appreciate that. But I guess what I'm really trying to say is I've been around the block and I've been around this industry long enough to know what a trend is. And last year was ugly, and that's an understatement. Biotech financing was down year over year 42%. Values plummeted. And cash runway has been depleting on a daily basis now. If there is a silver lining to this dark cloud, it's that the private equity and debt markets actually helped step in and fill the void. And by the way, big pharma acquisitions of small biotech technologies was only down by 15%. And I think that's because, frankly, big pharma is dependent on small biotechs for continued innovation. If it weren't for private equity and debt last year, frankly, most of the small biotech R&D would have come to a grinding halt. And you can see from the graphic in this slide that back in 21, private equity and debt only accounted for about 1/4 of sector financing. But today, it's over 50%, and it's been that way now for quite some time. The real gut punch, though, was the crushing loss in value. $500 billion essentially evaporated from the biotech sector last year. In fact, some people are comparing it to the tech crunch of 2000. But I would say the consequences of what's happening now are much more far-reaching. I mean, let's face it. Back in the year 2000, if pets.com didn't get funded and they went out of business, the worst consequence is that you had to keep going to the grocery store to buy dog food. But if today's small biotechs run out of cash, there's a good chance that someone you care about will suffer greatly for the loss of life-saving, potentially life-saving drugs that are in today's pipeline. One thing hasn't changed, though, and that is that good clinical data cures all in our business. In fact, even though the times are tough right now, the value gap between companies that have good clinical data and those that don't yet have good clinical data is getting wider. And the marketplace is now placing a very high premium on stage of development. So to give you an example, in 2021, the ratio of phase 2 and earlier exits compared to phase 3 exits was 2-to-1. Today, it's virtually 1-to-1. And that has profound consequences for biotech funding. It's not a great time to be a biotech chief executive officer, but it's a terrible time to be a biotech chief financial officer. More than half of the publicly traded biotech companies today are trading below their cash value. What that means is we're going to see, and we've already started to see, some very unhappy consolidations in the industry and some very expensive financings in 2023. Now, not to be the messenger of doom and gloom, I would like to say that there's some light at the end of the tunnel. We've already seen the biotech index start to creep back up and recover, And there's a building consensus out there in the analyst community that we're going to see additional recovery in 2023. And let's not forget that Big Pharma divested of a lot of their R&D capability over the last decade or so. So they're highly dependent on small biotech going forward to replace the revenue streams that they're losing as their old drugs come off of patent. And the word inflation is now embedded in our conversations today. And that reminds us that growth stocks, including small biotechs, represent a tremendous hedge on future portfolio value erosion. The fact is, healthcare is not going anywhere. It's 25% of the US economy for a reason. The fact is, cryptocurrencies can come and go, and it probably won't change our daily lives, but our health will. And the importance of our health means that there will always be fundamentally good reasons to invest in biotech. And I would argue that given the tremendous value loss that's been in the market lately, there's never been a better time to invest in biotech. Thanks for listening. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Walter. And next is Mr. Brock Reeve. He's a CEO and co-founder of the investment company EOS Bioinnovation and former executive director of the Harvard Stem Cell Institute. Thank you.
Do I need, are we on here? Hi, everyone, and thank you for staying with us this afternoon. So I'm the founder and CEO of EOS Bioinnovation, a new investment company focusing on launching and building early stage companies in the regenerative medicine space. But I won't talk about that today. I'll talk about what it takes to build a biotech ecosystem and lift us out of some of the gloom that Wally just talked about. Did that change? Right before launching EOS for the last decade and a half, I was executive director of the Stem Cell Institute at Harvard, which was a virtual R&D center that spanned Harvard and the Harvard hospitals from a stem cell science perspective. Over the course of a decade and a half, we brought over 300 faculty together, collaborating in 8 different disease areas. And in the last decade in particular, they launched some 40 companies coming out of that work, some of whose logos you'll recognize here. But we couldn't have done that on our own. The reason we're able to do that is because we lived in the ecosystem of Boston. But it wasn't always so. Back in the 70s in particular, late 60s to early 80s, Boston was known as the center of the mini-computer business. You see pictures there of Ken Olson, the founder of Digital Equipment, and Ann Wang, the founder of Wang Systems, or Wang Laboratories, rather. The highway around Boston was called America's Technology Highway. Those signs have all come down. Those companies don't exist, and everyone thinks of Silicon Valley as the place where tech and infotech has happened. What happened? Why did that disappear? It's not only because they missed the shift in technology to the PC and networking, et cetera, but because those were islands of companies working on their own. They didn't have an ecosystem to support, enable, and drive them. That was very different in the life sciences. I borrowed some slides from friends at JLL, a real estate company, and they show here that Boston ranks #1. This was in 2020, and it was true for many years before that as well, in different elements of what it takes to build a life science cluster as you compare it to other metro areas in the country. And that had to do with job growth, number of scientific R&D jobs, venture funding, NIH funding, and just the size of the cluster. So we'll talk about why is that true, and how does it get to be a self-perpetuating mechanism? Because you need several factors. To build this sort of network, this ecosystem, you not only need the research institutions that you see on the left, such as where I was at Harvard and related. You not only need the venture capital funding, as you see at the top, but you need enablers. You need, for example, incubators that can help take companies out of the academic labs. You need people who can build the labs. You need mature funding in the sense of not only the NIH, but also pharmaceutical business development and pharmaceutical venture funding. We'll talk about that later. And importantly, you need the research and academic hospitals who are seeing the patients whose problems you're trying to solve. So it helps, how do you move an idea from a lab to a patient? And obviously then conversation paths to the FDA. So what has that meant for Massachusetts? So here I'm taking data from MassBio, which is the state equivalent of the biotech industry organization, the national level, which shows that the growth in employment has been consistent despite financial meltdowns that the country, such as like 2000, or challenge rather, 2008 or 9. But admittedly, the data of 2022 and 23 may look a little different, but you can see it's been consistent growth over that time period. And a large part of that growth is not only the startups that we all think about when we think about an exciting ecosystem, but the large companies that are now in Boston. A decade ago or a decade and a half ago, Novartis was the only company in Boston with a large R&D presence. They'd moved R&D headquarters in Basel. Now you see Takeda, Sanofi, Pfizer topping that list. And what's true is that in this header, you'll see that 19 of the 20 largest pharma companies have a presence, either major R&D center or a major presence in Boston, specifically to work with the larger firms and with academic labs. And as you see in the pie chart on the left, they're not only licensing product or supporting research, but they're actively investing in venture rounds and are a major investor in that space. A quarter of the venture rounds in Boston were had pharma money. And that not only helps their pipeline, but it also helps the small companies. So here is a paper from Forbion and Biogeneration Ventures that if you see in the upper right, the market capitalization and the acquisition value for startup companies was much higher when they had a pharma partner along the way as a co-investor who could help them build and develop the company. So in addition to pharma money, obviously NIH money is important, not only to the academics, but also to the companies themselves, form of SBIR grants. Here you see the growth in venture funding that has been consistent and accelerating, but now, as we know, is in slight retrenchment. And you also have this energy fueled by the growth of incubators in this space. So here you see incubators in the Cambridge-Boston area, life sciences dedicated incubators run by academic institutions, nonprofits, and for-profit companies fueling that growth. And why, in part, that's important, because we all know many biotech company startups fail, 80 to 90% of them. So it's much easier to attract employees if they know that the idea I may be working on may not work out, but I can go to the startup next door, or either down the block or the incubator next door, and keep my get off at the same subway stop and or park my car in the same parking lot, but switch jobs and employers. So it enables that system, makes it more fluid, and builds a positive feedback loop. So the tailwinds, the sort of forces supporting these sorts of ecosystems are sort of show you that the value of the cluster is real and that becomes self-reinforcing. On the negative side, where that can get impeded or have headwinds, is when it gets to such a point that, for example, labor costs or lab costs become really expensive. I was at a conference 2 years ago where people were talking about they couldn't hire a good lab tech. Everyone, academics and companies, there was a huge shortage of lab technicians in the Boston area. That obviously has changed now in the correction this year, and we'll see what goes forward. But that's sort of when it breaks down. But otherwise, it's a self-accelerating event. And I think having these elements, the large companies, the small, the venture capital, the academic institutions who can not only do the research but also see the patients and take care of those patients and connect that science, as well as having regulatory and industry support, as well as state support from groups such as the Mass Life Sciences Center in California, such as CIRM, the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine, or as you heard this morning from Ron DePino, their program in Texas. These sorts of programs all help feed that system. And as you think about what it takes to build a cluster, and feedback, I would think about all these different elements. And I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you, Brock. And to complete our panel, last but not least, I don't need to reintroduce you, Dr. Klaus Kleinfeld, giving your perspectives on the investment in biotechnology.
Yes, does the microphone work? Yes, okay. I was asked to talk about biotech hotspots and what to look for and how to attract, and I'm very optimistic about this field. You just have to look at what's happening there. The field is expanding almost every day. There's an explosion of knowledge. There's very, very promising results. I mean, obviously, everything that's dear to our heart is foundational technologies like CRISPR-Cas9, that have literally revolutionized a lot of areas and helped us tremendously, the whole mankind. I mean, thanks for that. Personalized medicine, we've been talking about this for a long time, but now it's happening. We see it happening in combination, for instance, with genetic data. We see it with rare disease profiles. So it's coming. It is coming. Has its challenges, but it's clearly coming. Regenerative medicine. I don't know whether you saw the last segment here. Talking about basically building through stem cells, building organs, rebuilding organs. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And what I find so fascinating is with the vast amount of measurement tools, we are now suddenly going into a field where we can measure a lot of things, from blood values, blood tests, imaging, genetics, and we are really truly starting to understand how the body truly works together. And I think we see things that we didn't see before and are amazed about the interactions, So I'm personally a big fan of the advancement on the microbiome and how that influences all kinds of things. I mean, basically that the body is a symbiosis with other living beings, Hard to understand, but it is, and we're learning how that influences even our behaviors in terms of loving sugar every day, So or cognition, or sleep, or skin and all these things. So when you then look at the companies and say, well, where are the hodgepodge, and I think this came up already today. I mean, the interesting thing, very few established ones like an Amgen, like a Biogen, Gilead, Celgene. A few also, particularly the ones like Moderna, we had them on the panel, and BioNTech, the two ones that made it as almost overnight successes, which one can't say for Moderna, 12 years old, but made it almost as an overnight success. And then the real interesting thing is the gazillions of startups, the gazillions of startups. And Walter, you touched upon it, and that's interesting. The question is, that I was asked here, well, Klaus, what do you use? Has something changed in terms of which companies you pick to invest in? And I would say not really, because in reality, what would I look at? I would look at the pipeline, how attractive is the pipeline, what market potential is there. I definitely look at the management team. That's probably what I look at very strongly, So I look at the financials, how long are they capitalized, and I'll get to this. I look at what partnerships do they have collaborations, do they get leverage through this, and what's the regulatory environment? What's the regulatory environment, that is there? How quickly can they come to the market? And Walter, your call to action I liked a lot, because in a way I see two things. One is the decline that you showed last year. I feel it's a bit the decline that we've seen in the valuations on all sectors, and a function also of the overhype that we saw in 2021, where literally you could take a push card public, even on NASDAQ or on the New York Stock Exchange, which was ridiculous. For prices that were totally ridiculous. And the market has corrected. Now, as the market always does, it overcorrects. And it has massively overcorrected, certainly in this field. And also as an investor, and I'm sure, Walter, you see that, this is the time that the investor shines, So in reality, there are opportunities now that you can, 2021, we've seen a lot, and we didn't make, well, we made one investment, but
but it was, nevertheless, it took a lot of conversation, you know. If I look at this today, you have a lot of down rounds, and you have a lot of opportunities, you know, and what you said, there's going to be a bad awakening when people are seeing we're running against the wall and we have to merge with somebody. Yeah, but you can orchestrate that, you know, that's an opportunity for an investor, you know. So lastly, I mean, on the point of what does that mean for KSA, how to attract, and I think actually our Korean friend had it wonderfully laid out, I think perfectly laid out what happened in Korea. To be specific on the kingdom, I mean, the regulatory environment, streamlining the approval process, IT protection. We had a session last year here where people talked about that the universities here still do not find it customary that professors or PhD students can bring out patents and patent that on their own have an IP protection. That's obviously hugely detrimental for progress, you know. Infrastructure around R&D, manufacturing, to have contract manufacturing facilities so that you reduce your fixed costs if you want to go out, have contract development, you know, those are things, university collaboration, gene database. I personally believe with the gene pool, the unique gene pool that the kingdom has, this is a winner. This is a winner, for a big winner, and I always compare it with Iceland, you know, who has just simply through their database, through their genetic database, attracted a cluster almost overnight in biotech research, you know. Financial incentives, grants, tax breaks, a skilled workforce, you know, everybody here, and the skill set is amazing, you know. And I also think of KSA not just for KSA, but also as a regional hub, and I'll leave it with this.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, of course, for the sake of time and the progress we've made so far, I would say I would ask each and everyone for a crisp answer. But let me pick it up again on the experiences where we could potentially learn. Dr. Joe, actually giving your extensive experience in Korea's industrial policy formulation and implementation, including strategies, policies relating to biopharmaceutical and medical device development over the last decade. What factors do you think the kingdom could or should consider in promoting and creating an ecosystem for biohealth?
I'd like to make a couple of observations. Number one, target regional or global market from the start. Local market is too small, even to secure economies of scale, and competing in foreign markets is the best way to acquire competitiveness. Number two, differentiate the kingdom's initiative from other GCC countries' similar biomedical hub efforts. In this regard, it is worth considering two areas. One is medical hub, the other is clinical trials hub. Kingdom can be aiming at becoming a hub for medical hub for long-staying Umrah and Hajj visitors. Especially specialized in plastic surgery, which require a few weeks of recovery period. But many Umrah and Hajj visitors stay here in the kingdom, especially wealthy ones, more than a few weeks, right? And also clinical trials hub. In order to do so, kingdom needs to designate certain large hospitals as research-centered hospitals and invest in their hospital infrastructure, especially data systems and professional manpower, while accelerating the regulatory and licensing procedures as much as possible. And third, attract foreign biopharmaceutical firms, especially which can serve as an anchor through attractive offtake, financial, tax, infrastructure, manpower support, especially to first movers. And finally, create industry-oriented bioclusters in the area which is close to metropolitan areas, which has easy access to universities, hospitals, and startup the support functions like venture capital, incubators, and accelerators. And finally, the most important is focus. Select your needs carefully and prioritize all supports on them.
Thank you so much. So, having talked now about the, let's say, the list of priorities, what you should be doing, James, when we look at your track record as a venture capitalist and as a biotech entrepreneur, from your perspective, what investment models have you seen actually, and what opportunities exist for biotechnology enterprises, and that have proven to be impactful and successful?
Sure. So we heard a little bit of this from all three of our panelists down here, from Walter, Brock, and Klaus. And I think that there's two key elements here. The first is that any successful biotech investment has to leave scientists in control of the work that they discovered in one way or another, right? What we're seeing from the failure of early stage pharma R&D pipelines is that if you take science away from the scientists and away from the early researchers, that development just does not happen with the same probability of success. So as I look here in the kingdom, I think one of the assets that's under development and really has to be strongly invested in is the ability for fundamental discoveries, translational discoveries made here, to then turn into patents and into companies. The corollary point there is that once that discovery has happened and translation begins, this is one point where I would probably disagree a little bit with Brock around needing this really strong, giant local infrastructure. I think biotech, especially since COVID, has become an extremely international, highly virtualized game. And so Cambrian has investments and has partnerships with universities across 4 different continents. But by having team members who are experts and have worked in pharma and understand all of their different points of expertise in drug development all over the world, you can create highly unified expert organizations that are geographically dispersed. And so I think as we've worked with folks in northern England or in the Netherlands or in Texas or in northern Maine, if you have a great group of scientists that are enabled by a strong group of drug developers, then that combination can build a company anywhere in the world. And so I would really encourage, as we think about how KSA could develop more here, to start looking for international talent in drug development that does not exist here today, early and often, to bring that expertise to pair it with Saudi science as well as potential clinical trial expertise that can be invested in, that can be a very strong local strength.
Yeah. Thank you. I think hearing this, I think that puts another emphasis on what we discussed over the course of the day. This is the role of public-private partnerships. Can you give us some examples on what really has been a breakthrough success in something like this?
The case that I saw throughout the pandemic was CEPI, the story of CEPI. CEPI was actually born from a Davos forum in 2018. It's very young and new organization, but it was actually established by, a concept of CEPI was created by 3 scientists. One single paper published in the New England Journal of Medicine, the idea of Global Vaccine Development Fund, by the 3 scientists, created such an organization can handle the vaccine development to save the whole world, actually. It was a single idea of 3 scientists, but when the governments are being responsible for helping it, and also Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's role was also important, that the Wellcome Trust have joined to support the project. And the role of CEPI is actually a first check writer. Somebody have to do the job that they are not expecting the financial benefit for themselves. Somebody have to do some public sector's work invest something, not expecting the financial return directly. That allows people to do the job. The thing is, if you are not encouraging scientists for trials, doing something, if you don't encourage them, you never will find the jewel. The thing is, the CEPI's role, the success of CEPI's story of CEPI. CEPI is actually one of the very early investor for Moderna, when Moderna was nobody. So CEPI's role is quite essential, but not all the projects of CEPI were successful. Many projects went well as they planned, but still, somebody has to write the first check. So I would like to recommend that for Saudi Arabia, allow people to fail. That's very important. Allow people to fail, then you will have a way to navigate finding the right path to break through the walls that you are not able to overcome now.
Okay, thank you. Well said. And Walter, when we have now seen the nice chart for biotech CFOs and then the plummeting valuations, you as a serial entrepreneur, what does it take from your perspective to set up a successful biotechnology enterprise and an ecosystem, taking now these special situations where most people might have lost some confidence?
Sure. So when I think about what it takes to have a successful biotech project, if you will, I mean, the ingredients are obvious. I mean, we need an innovation. We need capital, we need talent, we need facilities. But I think one thing that often doesn't get talked about enough in the equation is time. Time turns out to be the most precious resource in the whole equation. Why? Because time is money. And most biotech startups end up failing because they run out of time to prove their point. They make mistakes along the way. We all make mistakes. Every biotech project is behind schedule almost as soon as it starts. Time really matters to biotech, successful biotech projects. And one of the things that I think we had a consensus in the green room before we came out here, is that we all feel this excitement that your country has an opportunity that ours don't. You have an opportunity to change the paradigm in clinical trial activity. And when you do, and I believe it's when, not if, when you do, you're going to be able to offer developers like me a commodity that's very hard to come by, and that's time. By weeding out unnecessary regulation, by creating these streamlined methods for running clinical trials and ultimately seeking drug approval, you're giving time back to the entrepreneurs that have to make this happen. And it's very abstract to think that way, but you have an opportunity here that the rest of the world doesn't, because you have one of the world's best hospital systems, and yet it's greatly underutilized when it comes to clinical trial activity. You've heard that message from several of us over and over. It's a real thing, and I really hope that you take that to heart, because you have an opportunity here.
Thank you. Brock, weighing in on your expertise in incubating companies, as well as your academic background, what are the key ingredients for a successful public-private partnership for biotech? And what actually would make you turn to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for your next venture?
Well, a couple of things on the public-private side, and one of the questions is what you count as public. Because, for example, Harvard and its hospitals were nonprofits, so they're public from that perspective. On the other hand, they were reliant on private philanthropy as well as partnerships with private companies. And the role of the state, whether at the federal level in terms of NIH funding or at the state level, was critical to getting that enterprise going. So, for example, and different states responded in different ways. You heard, for example, from Ron this morning about the Texas program acting as investing with venture capital as an investor. Massachusetts viewed theirs as to create job creation in biotech in general and create core facilities. So, for example, there's a recent public-private partnership between nonprofit private institutions like Harvard, MIT, several private companies, and the Mass Life Sciences Center recently to build a prototype cell and gene manufacturing center in Boston. And by prototype, I don't mean that the facility is a prototype, but they're trying to sort of make the academic protocols and techniques robust enough in order to commercialize before you'd hire a typical contract manufacturer. So to help accelerate that timeline, so the commercial people don't, have to figure out what all the academics did wrong, and the academics don't waste their time doing stuff they're not suited for. So I think that's an example. California, for example, on its where the Institute for Regenerative Medicine did a public financing, a $5 billion 10-year public financing, specifically to fund things in the regenerative medicine field. So these public-private partnerships sort of take different forms. But what's important is the discussion that says, okay, what is this partnership going to do? And that's also true in discussions on the regulatory side. So for example, you were just talking about accelerating clinical trials, but several years ago, well actually over the last decade, we've had Peter Marks from the FDA come to Boston several times and talk about how does a regulatory agency think about cell therapy and clinical trials. And they admitted that a lot of the science they don't know ahead of time, so they're looking for the academics and the scientists to inform them and help shape what those trials would look like. And then what that has led to is things like, the regenerative medicine, the advanced therapy program, accelerate trials, that sort of thing. And we've seen that globally. Japan started it, and we've seen that, US, Canada, other countries as well. So those are, I think, some of the different forms that they can take. And I'll just make one last comment. When I was talking about clusters and the role of both public and private institutions there, yes, I wasn't trying to say it should be, geographic closeness matters, so you get a critical mass. But on the other hand, to both James and Walter's points, you can accelerate that mass by having a spread, a global spread. And there, I think, too, you can partner with private enterprise as well as public entities across geographies, too. So we shouldn't think of public-private partnerships as just focus on creating local capability. They should think about how do I help speed up the whole problem.
Well, thank you, Brock, for this. And maybe to wrap it up, Klaus, if you could comment a little bit based on your role as senior advisor to the Kingdom and your experience with Mega Project, what investment models would you recommend for a KSA biotechnology ecosystem to be implemented?
Well, thank you very much. So I would just focus on 4 points. The first thing, every good strategy focuses on your strength. And the strengths, there is a lot here in the Kingdom, and sometimes you don't see it when you're inside, and sometimes you have to look at it from the outside to see the strengths here. I just mentioned a few things, You have some pretty unique disease populations, that are relevant for the rest of the world, where a place like here, like the Arabic Peninsula, would be a very attractive place. That also plays into the gene pool that exists here, a very, very attractive, interesting gene pool that could accelerate the knowledge about certain diseases or the lack of enormously. Then you have good clinical practices, and you have an opportunity to accelerate, buy back time we've always talked about, that buy back time by accelerating clinical trials, and particularly those ones in areas that are also relevant for the Kingdom. And I know that the Saudi FDA has already programs underway like Fast Track, but those are golden nuggets that would attract industry, biotech industry. Second thing, I think that what we've learned, and I think the example from Korea said this also, if you want to make a cluster successful, you have to start with a system of a government and private partnership. Both together are the winning formula, and it is important to find 1 or 2 anchors. And I'm not just saying anchor investors, that's not necessarily how I would look at it. I would
look at an anchor institution, something that draws it and something that basically, I mean, it's a foot on in the door so to say, hey, this will not go away. This is there, it will attract people, you know. So that's the second thing. And the third thing we talked about, regulation, you know, all kinds of regulation. We talked about IP protection, you know, how quickly you can get from to clinical trial, then from clinical trial to application. And then last but not least, that's the aspect which we are very strong here in the kingdom, capital. You know, to find capital, and I'm not just thinking of government capital, but I'm also thinking of the great capital in many hands of private families who have built businesses and who are looking for future opportunities how to expand. So those four things, I think, are nuggets that we have here and that we should use more of, in my view.
Thank you, Klaus. And I think what we all learned today is basically biotechnology is not something about ivory tower. This is something multidisciplinary and multifunctional way of addressing things that really matter to mankind. On this occasion, then, it's my honor to first of all thank my fellow panelists and all the speakers of today, and of course the audience for participating and making this really an interesting venue for all of you. We would love to see you tomorrow, and hope that you have had a great day today and an even better one tomorrow. So thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.